And we are live. Hello, everyone. Those that are watching the rerun, those that are watching it now, and we're going to talk about some stuff tonight in the news and aliens and things like that. And I will also say, in the future, this will be on a podcast you can listen to. And you can be listening to this any kind of way from anywhere around the world. So, hello, everybody. And here I go. Alright, hello, everybody. I'm also going to play the game in the beginning, as we usually do. And I'm going to fix this thing so everybody can see everything. Oh, how about that? Not that. This. Okay, there we go. Alright, so I hope everybody has been having a good week. And I'm going to do this real quick so I can see chat. Okay. So, hello Mary and hello Amanda. She almost forgot what day it was. Well, it happens to me quite often. I understand. Glad that you're here. And she says Alien Apple has been a terror today, and her back is killing her from cleaning up. Yeah, after her, yeah. It sounds like, with a new puppy, it would be a lot of stuff to deal with and to clean up. I can only imagine. And also, see, she says hi Mary, and she's hi Mary, and she hopes that Mary is having a great day. So shout to Mary, cool people, and Bubbles' brother, and all the cats. And she says 3 times this week, the best. Thank you, Amanda. I love going live and doing stuff for y'all. And now I'm gonna turn on the game and chat a little bit, and we can get into the other stuff. Logging into the game. Alright. Yes, Amanda says that puppies are more to handle than a baby. Yeah, it definitely seems like that's the case. Yes. I'll talk for a little bit and then we'll get into the news topics. And down here we have some cool weather that's been here. The garden, everything's going fine. And we're switching over to the pirate thing. It's telling me it's this. And here we go. There we go. Alright, so here's the game. Open the window. Alright. Alright. Alrighty. So, here we are in the game. I checked it earlier and it was cool. It was fun. And, this is their Halloween quest that they have. And basically, here's the pumpkins and different stuff like that, because in the game they still have the Halloween quest. Yeah, let's go this. Alright, so I'm doing a little quest here, see how that goes. Yeah, so in the game when you do a quest, it just kind of like directs you where to go. And because as we do, in this stream, we like to do a game first and then get into the other topics a little bit later. Might be in the wrong part. Yeah. Yeah, so Amanda says, well, Mary says, she says, I know you said other players are ships. Are there other characters that are players, or do they only see themselves? So basically, in the game, you have characters that are made up, that are fictitious, and also they're not characters like from the Pirates of the Caribbean. They're just kind of like they're just made up people, and they could see each other, and they could be on the different ships. And Amanda says, "Alien, I know you said no." She said, "Did you see the Hurricane Category 5 in Acapulco, Mexico?" And Rebel showed it, and those poor people. Yeah, Amanda, I did not hear about that. I did not hear about that, and I'm glad that you told me about it. That's something we could look into. Yeah, it's this way. Going through the woodlands. Yeah, so basically, yeah, we'll look up. I'll look up about the hurricane, and that's terrible that that happened. Yeah, now I remember where this thing's at. Yeah, for some reason they didn't show it over here. They didn't really talk about it in my neck of the woods. And I would think that that should make a lot of headlines, and that's horrible that people, went through that type of hurricane situation. What? Okay. In the game, they said, "Thank you for coming these distressing times in the Hollow Woods. Before you help, she needs the history of what is going on. Once upon a time, the Hollowed Woods was a peaceful, wooded area, guided by the Watcher, the guardian spirit of this island. As colonists moved into the woods seeking opportunity, the Watcher became distressed and she felt threatened. However, she was still powerful and allowed them to stay. Over time, the crops and other resources of the woods were depleted, causing colonists to move out of the area. In the story, the Watcher sent this opportunity to resort herself to ride in the woods before our buildings. So, yeah, so Amanda says, do we get a physical copy? Like, yeah, they do sell. New Orleans has different types of newspapers and stuff, and we do look at some of them. And I don't really pay attention to the newspapers, but she could answer that about the newspaper thing. And also, it says, so, person says, that is the skinny of it. A bit long winded, but information you need to know. And then I'm saying, where do we start? To reinforce the spell, we need to obtain essence from various sources within the Hollow Woods to again visit a few other remaining ghosts around here. Speak to each of them, and they'll know how to give you their essences. After all, we've done this once before. Start with Adam Goodprince. He lives at the big hollowed out tree in the town hall. I'll make it quick. Alright. So I'm going to go talk to this fella somewhere. Over this way. This is the part of the game where it's like a secret area they made up. Halloween themed place. Yeah, hurricanes can be really messed up. See, down here where we are, the hurricane season is pretty much over with. I'd say completely over with because of the cold fronts that came down here. But it probably didn't stretch that far down into Mexico. In that region. Yeah, this is the graphics of the game. And then I see this person in the game and they say, so he be the pirate that Myrna be sending around Hollow Woods. We're all in a fright, ye may be say, worried about the captain. Woodshaw will find way to free himself. If he were loose, Port Royal be in mighty big trouble. Are you going to help us, spirits? I am, yes, I am professing Hollow Woods, Port Royal, and Caribbean, and the pirate's life. That's what's important. Yeah, the person says in the game, ye have a good heart. So the word ye is plural. So it can mean like two people, or it could be singular, it could be one person. It's an old English word. Ye have a good heart, putting the island and the Caribbean above your own self. You know what be important, I think, in that. Thanks in advance. Oh, Mary, this is just game instructions. That's what's going on here. Gather some bones for me from Jolly's men, and I should be ready to give ye my essence. Undead skeletons in the Hollow Woods. Alright. Yeah, and this sword has a special thing in it where you're able to defeat the enemies easier. Well, the other players are somewhere else in the game. They're not quite here at this moment. In this particular area, I don't see any. It's like they would just see what I'm seeing if they were here with me. I could go to another area where they have players and I could explain what I mean. Yeah, I'm fighting this undead slasher. Oh, you got this thing. And it got me. It's one of those giant root things. I didn't see it coming. So we're gonna go. Yeah, it healed me, but not really. So we have to go there, and then we have to go back to that area we just were at. All right. So okay. So Mary says, "Alien, okay, doesn't it tell you how many people are participating at the time?" Yeah, before you go into the game, it lets you know like how many players are here before you log into one of their servers. And Amanda says Anthony told her about a movie she's going to watch later, and have I seen it? Aftermath, Dead Rising. No, I haven't seen it, but it sounds like a good movie, and I'll definitely go and check it out. Thank you. There's a movie called Planet Z. I think it's called that. It's like about a zombie apocalypse. I think with Brad Pitt in it. Have you seen that one, Amanda? Dude is like a wonderful someone with brains. Come here and he needs some help. There's an item he was looking for. He lost it in the hay pile. But oh blast, he can't remember where it was. How can I help? Ahoy, IB. Help. Where do you want to start? And the person says in the game. Yeah, it's World War Z. Thanks. That's what I like to hear. Here's what you can do for me. And the person's memory has been so fuzzy ever since and him escaped from somewhere. It was dreadful place, some town with a ghostly old ghost. And the person, the character says, "I will not bring myself to go back there, but maybe you can. Perhaps there are some dues that would help me remember what happened and find whatever he's looking for." And the person says, "Start searching in King's Run," and he remembers running through there before we arrived where we are now. Off I go. I'm gonna go back to the Hollow Woods and let's try to defeat the enemy again. Yeah, so I'll go over stuff with the Israel War, and I'll go some stuff with the alien news. Oh, I like Brad Pitt too, Amanda. I think he's also a great actor. I liked Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That was a good movie. Going back into this dark cave to go and defeat these things. And also we have another thing with the the Pentagon is now going to look into the alien stuff. That's interesting. This is called the Hollow Woods. Use another weapon for this. Alright, go to the second page. Alright. Oh, so at the Pentagon, what happened with that was there was they're now doing things. They're making an alien form, so they're now doing stuff with the aliens. Like before, they didn't acknowledge the aliens, but now they're doing stuff with that. We're going to talk about that in this live stream. Alright, I've completed this little quest, and now I'm going back here. Yeah, so basically, the Pentagon is now having an alien form about the aliens, so because there's been a long time about the government and the Pentagon acknowledging stuff about aliens, but now they're looking into it. And that's one of the things I'm going to cover in this stream in a little bit. And I went to the wrong part. Here we go. This is the right part. And the person says, I see ye have returned and ye found all of his materials. Here may be essence ready to go. I did the incantation Myrana told me about while ye were out. Myrana said ye next stop should be Jonathan Fairbanks. To the tailor, he be located in that broken down shop by the woods entrance. Good luck. Remember, Captain Woodshadow must stay contained if he wants to remain safe. Alright. Yeah, this is a little shop. They have good graphics in this game. Exactly, Amanda. They are hiding everything from us. And it's little by little they go and like say little things. So my friend from school, he was like, they can't hide it forever, and they're going to like, because people, they don't want to have a panic, but eventually they can't hide it anymore, and by little over time they'll go and tell the truth. It's so cringe. This is something I've not seen before. This is a bunch of skeletons playing some poker. Fascinating. The person says, Myrana needs my essence. I hear. Well, I'll be gladly give it to you so that the Captain Woodshadow can stay where he is, but it'll come at a cost. And I say that I'm happy to help. And the person says, in the game, the character says, excellent. Says, I need to collect 500 gold double boons from those loathsome skeletons downstairs. They refuse to leave something about me owing them debt, but that doesn't matter. Get the gold essence and it is yours. Alright. So, do something in the poker game. Alright, so we'll do that another time. Okay. So now we're going to go on the ship. We'll do that another time. I have to go and kind of research some things about that part of the game, because I'm not too familiar with that. Alright, so let's go to the dock. Alright, so Amanda says, Alien, do you get along with everyone you play with? She used to meet such nice people when she played her games. Oh, Amanda, I get along with everybody on here, and it's a cool community. It's a lot like YouTube. Cool people. I don't remember having any problems. I don't really remember encountering trolls either. Yeah, so you got some other ships out there, and basically, we're gonna go and attack some ships. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so I got the Galileans. It's pretty cool, and yeah, so basically, also with some of the farming stuff I'm going to talk about today and tomorrow, is that they went out and they Tyson closed down some of their plants. They do stuff with like chickens and meat and stuff, and they've shut down some of their plants, and it's kind of suspicious. That's something else that's going on, and also with like the silver shortage I talk about, that's still a thing, and that's still going on. And the army raided the silver reserves recently, from like the sources I've seen. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and also with currency. Speaking of currency, there's the BRICS. It's like a currency that's from like Russia in the Far East. They're trying to make a new currency to compete against the dollar. So that's some other stuff that's going on, and it keeps getting wilder and wilder. Thanks, Amanda. And it's like I really think like these people, like a lot of these people that are with the corrupt country, that either have hid information about Planet 10 Nibiru, or people that have done stuff with the, let's see, the aliens and things like that, and all the other stuff is going on in the country. I really think that these people, I don't know, they have it in for the country. They're trying to destroy it from within. It's very strange. You know, that it's like the Roman Empire. So the Roman Empire, it kind of became degenerate, and it had some economic problems and stuff, and eventually it collapsed. So Rome consisted of like all of the British Empire, and yeah, the British Empire and Italy, France, Spain, and Germany, like pretty much all of Europe except the eastern part, I think. But they had like Greece and stuff at one time, in North Africa, and it's the one that Jesus lived under when Israel was occupied by them. And basically, Rome fell apart, and it became a big problem. And they say like every 200 years or so, the empire falls. And that's what's happening with this country. Hello, Liza Jean. Something very interesting. I was just thinking about you earlier, and I'm glad that you got the alien signals and came over to visit. Glad to see you again. Yeah, so basically with Rome, you're right, Liza Jean. It got degenerate and it fell. And same thing that's going on in America now, and the West in general. And we have the situation over in Britain, where with the war that's going on, you have these protesters and stuff everywhere, and it's in London. It's not like the same as it used to be, and it's having problems. So the whole thing through various different angles are falling apart. So yeah, Rome had Germania, and this is where a lot of our architecture comes from in the United States and the world. Like the British Isles and Germany, it was like a bunch of Viking type people. If you see, I could show some pictures of it later of the Vikings, so people can go and see the rerun of it later. The pictures I'll show, or what if people are here, they see it. It'll be in a little bit. Where like the Vikings, they looked. It was like people in like these wooden buildings and these huts and things. They had tattoos and kind of like wild looks to them, like the Germanic, especially the German people that they had, which I'm related to very, very much so. They were very wild, and they lived in the dark woodlands. And when the Romans came in, they thought there were a bunch of like barbarians. That's where the word comes from, really. So the influence of these stone architectures we see, like the Capitol buildings, even like Buckingham Palace or the Kremlin or any of these structures came from Rome. So Rome contributed a lot to our society, and before that, Egypt. Egypt had a lot of different structures like the pyramids and things like that. And then they eventually came into British Isles and Northern Europe and Central Europe. So basically, with you know, it's kind of like mirroring history. And another situation, it's mirroring what happened to the British Empire. I mean, it's not the British Empire to the Roman Empire, but that's kind of going on because Britain's having problems too. And Liza Jean, if I'm pronouncing it wrong, you know, I could be corrected. But so basically, I like the name Liza Jean. And basically, yeah, Liza Jean, I understand about ABL. A lot of people feel that way, and I'm glad to have you on the spaceship because I understand you're not the only one that feels that way. Many, 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 many people feel that way. Because just yeah, with empires in general, they get degenerate and they fall. And yes, Liza Jean. All right, thanks. It's just that like the name Liz, like Elizabeth, that's what the name reminds me of. Like Lizzie, that's a nickname for Elizabeth, so that's what the name Liza reminded me of. Yeah, so, and then basically, we have the situation over there, and bombs. All right, there we go. Yeah, so, thank you, Liza Jean. Thank you. With my name, it's basically, some people have pronouncing issues with my name. It happens. So yeah, so basically the Roman Empire, it had these problems and it fell, and that's what's happening with the West. And then you have the situation where they're letting in all these different people in, and it's causing a problem where that's also causing a problem for another angle, like the Art of War, where they talk about attacking the enemy from different angles, like a snake in the Cheong Mountains. It's like this snake that has a spike on it, and it has like a head on it that wants to bite you. Basically, with that snake, that's what the enemy's doing, and that's the tactics they're using, like what Yuri Bezmenov said that they would use. And we have the situation with the war over there in the Far East. Yeah, it's causing, because there's a lot of people that could be crooked over there in Europe, and they're trying to cause some riots, and that's not too good. And of course, on both sides, there's people getting killed. Palestine and Israel, and it's very unfortunate that it's happening. But of course, at the same time, it's good that the terrorism ends. And also, we got to learn from history because we're doomed to repeat it. And that's what's going on here. So, yeah, that's what's going on with that. And also, as I said, with Tyson, they're closing down plants everywhere. And so then we have the food supply system that's having some issues. So we're being attacked from different angles. And it's like it's a very different country than it was like back in the 50s and 60s and stuff. And like I think I'm not talking about the civil rights movement. I think that was it's good that people can do what they got to do, but at the same time, there's some other movements that came into existence that caused it to go downhill. Graham Hancock. I don't know about Graham Hancock. I'm not familiar with that. That term, if it's a terminology or a person, I'm not familiar with that. I'll go and look that up. And also, with the Pentagon, they're confirming about the aliens, and they're now looking into it, investigating it, because, like I've talked about for years, this planet 10 that's supposed to, that may come in orbit to Earth. And then what happens is the government lied about that for so many years. Even some teachers and stuff thought, my friend and I were kind of nuts, or it wasn't true, but it's actually true. They're saying now, NASA's saying it is true, but they just can't find it, but it's right there and they can't find it. So I think they found it already a long time ago and they just lie about it, because there's no way they're saying it might be there. Like, they'll say things with various different topics, with political things, whatever. They'll say the things might be there, but they're not sure. It's a straw man. Another thing with the strange alien occurrences that are happening, it's happening more than ever through like a spiritual, religious perspective. The Bible and different religions talk about these things that will come into existence through the different dimensions and stuff, like the demons and things like that, and the angels, the fallen angels, the aliens. That's going on, and there's a point when they can't hide it anymore. There's a point where they're coming through the border, or the planet's getting closer, and they're just gonna be like, you know what? There might be something there. And thanks to Kitty Nerd, shout out to Kitty Nerd, glad you're here. Glad to have everybody in chat. It is special we have. I'm about to ram into this ship. Boom. Alright. I'm going to twist this way. And there's and we have this strong situation where I think it's good that people can voice their opinions about stuff without them going into a violent way of expressing themselves. So I think that it's good that we have these different shows where people can say their different things. Like I've seen recently, like this journalist Pierce Morgan has been having a show with about the Palestine-Israel conflict, and they're very, very interesting. He has different guests on about the conflict, and I think that's the way people can express themselves, by having discussions, and not by causing, beating each other up, like we've seen before. Like you had this problem with, like, there's a situation over in New Orleans at Tulane. They were having a fight, and they were burning the Israel flag, and then they started to get violent and physical, and it's not just gonna make things worse, in my opinion. And the thing with the Israel's affecting things over here with the economy and the prices of with precious metals and stuff, and relations with the different countries. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Let's see, I'm gonna go ram into this Greyhound. Alright. And now I got more power points with my ship. Here we go. It's gonna sink. I got him. That's good. Okay, so I'm gonna get a few more ships and I'll go into the articles I'm gonna read. I'm excited to get into it. And I hope everybody has been having a great day, night, wherever the people are. And let's see, I'm going through here. Okay. We go this way, and we go over here. Alright. Want to see chat. So, yeah, so that's not what I want to press. Wrong button. Want to go over here. Okay, here we go. Ramming speed. And that's the ramming speed in the game. So, as I was saying, in the United States, there's a lot of mirroring of things from the past. And recently, the hurricane in Mexico that Amanda told me about, that's very devastating. And I pressed something in the chat for a second. It was I pressed the button. And I'm going to go this way, and I'm going to that way. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Alright. And this game takes place back when it was Britain and Spain and France down when they're in the Caribbean and getting the Americas. This is like when America was still part of England. And she says, Keener, barely above zero, windy, quite cold. Niagara. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting place. I think Niagara Falls area. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so where I am, it's cool weather, but it's not like that. Liza Jean. I have some cousins. That's some cousins I had over there in like Nova Scotia. Yeah, exactly. It was the slave trading days, yeah. Hello, SE, my bro. Glad to have you in chat. And I play a game like before I start the topics while we have people come through and we just kind of talk about what we're going to talk about. It's like a preview to it. Alright. Yes, when Britain ruled the world. Yeah. Yes, back then. And on my dad's side is from Britain. And I like British history. It's very fascinating. Yeah, SC, today I had a good day. I've been doing stuff with my family and the cats and stuff. And I have been doing things with my plants, bringing them in kind of for a little bit and then bringing them back out. Ah, nice. I have a big pirate flag now. Arr. Let's go sink this ship. Yeah, and I think the British Empire is very fascinating to me. I like the different trades they had Oh, the bounty hunter's after me. You better go to this island over here. Okay. So we go to Cuba, and I got the loot that I needed to get. And they have these bounty hunters that try to chase me to go and destroy everything. And I'm about to go, about to go, about to go. Knock them. Here we go. And now we're going to go to the shore because he was trying to bump into me and destroy the ship because they're trying to stop the piracy. Yeah, Bloody Bayou. Yeah, it's funny. Oh yeah, see, that's really cool that you want to stick around and chill. It's nice to always have you around. Alright, and this is Cuba. And it looks a lot like Louisiana. Because, like, it's connected to France. And like, to Canada and Britain and stuff. Yeah, so, yeah, I think the British Empire is really fascinating. And, like, I like the Pirates of the Caribbean, like I'm obviously playing right now. And they explored the world. Very cool. Yeah, so this is like the swamps. It's like that here, down here. Cypress is a good wood you can have. It's resistant to rotting out things. It's resistant to the elements. It's really, and it's an amazing wood to have. All right, go through here. All right. All right. So yeah, we go here, and you have some alligators and stuff. Oh yeah, exactly, Lizagine. So basically, more about the Rome and stuff before I get into the other things I'll talk about. Is that with Rome, they did stuff with, they went there, and then England took after Britain. I mean, Britain took after Rome, and then what they did was they explored and you know succeeded them in the different stuff that they do, and that's where a lot of things that we have now come from. In other countries such as France and Spain, and now the Roman Empire split, and there's the Byzantine Empire. So the Byzantine Empire is in the east part, like where Greece is, the Orthodox churches, and that's similar to the Mediterranean. And then, like, I love what they did to this country, how we have so much, you know, of this Roman architecture here with the combination of the Germanic architecture. It's very cool. And I like how Britain was able to discover all those islands and those different places, like Australia. That's where my half sister is. Shout out to her. And it's done. It's very cool because those islands, going out in the ocean like that, it must be of very intense, and to discover the different people and things like that. How this is the giant Venus flytrap. And I think another thing is very interesting is that so the Vikings, they raided Scotland, northern England and Scotland, and southern Scotland and northern England, which I'm related to. And there is still Roman architecture in Northumbria. And King Arthur that I talk about on my channel, he's some kind of he's another dude that's that's connected to Rome as well. In my heritage, I'm related to all the different European countries, so I think that's also very intriguing. And I remember, like, I knew a dude when I was younger, when I was like a kid. He worked with my family. He was from Portugal, and he taught about the wine, like how to make wine and stuff. It's pretty cool, and things about how Portugal and Spain broke off from each other. And we were talking about Halloween recently, and I liked how with Halloween, like they had the Vincent Price movies and the one about the pit and the pendulum. That movie shows a lot of the architecture and the different things they have over there. It's really cool from that time, and it's about the Inquisition. And yeah, so basically, now with Europe, there's all this modern architecture that's really strange, and this modern architecture is really has a lot of. It's like shaming the past. It's like they built all these cool things, and now they want to like be shameful about it. It's cringe. Yeah, the Celtic heritage. Yes. And also, imagine communicating only by letter and it takes months to arrive. Oh, yeah. That's very interesting, Liza Jean. Because basically, they had this situation where people were communicating by the letters. And I was thinking that because now we're talking instantaneously through different parts of the world from down here where I am, and it's wild. I mean, back then people would take a long time, and the letters would come through. Like I've written people in England and stuff, and that's quick compared to what they used to do. And I was also thinking with the like America when they sent the Declaration of Independence, it didn't like happen overnight. It took a while for that to get over there. But yeah, as I said, it's very intriguing how they did things. And Essie says, "Oh, she's getting corn teeth in." This man's funny. That's funny, Essie. All right. And I like. No, another thing is I want to mention. There's a lot of people that go on like these different apps and things and do things that are unproductive with themselves and not be healthy with themselves, various media they're consuming. Nothing wrong with like what we're doing, it's productive and we're learning from each other, but like other people are just wasting away. And that's another thing about like with Rome where they would have the Colosseums and the people fighting in the ring in the gladiators. It was a distraction for the people. So they didn't want them to know what's going on. And that's another thing that mirrors the Roman Empire with America. And we have the people like in Europe, they're protesting against the war over there, and they're not gonna go help their brethren that are having problems, but they're just trying to cause. Some people, not all. Some people just wanted to take an opportunity to cause some trouble, in my opinion. And it's like, if you bring somebody from the old days and you bring them back, they're gonna want to go back to the time period they came from. The time of slavery. That's when this was. And they don't really, yeah, because this game, they they left that part out of this game. Like, yes, it's they didn't involve my they didn't involve that in the game. But yeah, so basically, but in the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, they talk about that. They do, and then we have this voodoo thing in the game where they have these voodoo powers. All right, so all right, we're gonna. Yeah, I got him good. Got him good. Oh yeah, Liza Jean. I totally agree. I totally agree. Its society is slowly collapsing, just slowly, little by little. And I think there's a lot of people that are like Oprah, where like say she may have used her audience to get a following and then use them to make money, and then that's it. So some other people seem to be doing that now, in my opinion, and I think that it's unfortunate that people do that. Like they'll say like they'll this and that, and they'll act like there's something. Then they slowly turn on people, and they'll go show their true colors later. That's what a lot of us have noticed about certain people. So cool. And I'm going to do the. All right, do those different things. Okay, so now I will go through the different stuff while I talk. And I'll say New Orleans has a lot of architecture from Rome because it was part of Spain and France. I love the artwork and architecture they had back then. All right. So now I'll get into the other topics. To the moon. It's somewhere in the game. All right. So, and I'll read some articles about some stuff. See how that goes. All right. I guess they're doing different things in the game with the moon, because usually the moon's out. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna repair that ship really quick because it needs some comfort. Comfort. And then we'll get into the other parts. Another thing, like with the communists, they completely destroyed different. They were into this counterculture movement that they're doing now in the West, and so many young people are just ignorant about what happened in history. Again, and it's led to destruction. Give them an inch, they take a mile. All right, so we're gonna go to the other window and talk about some things. All right. Let's see. Okay. Close this other window out. There we go. Go here. Google. We're going to show everybody what's going on because they're like, what's going on here. And we're going to go to Safari. That's what we're using. Go to Google. Okay. So the thing we have on our list of things to talk about is the war with Israel. So let's find some information about that. Over here. Here we go. So Israel war. Alright, so here we go. We got some new information about the war, and I want to put this window like this so I can see what's going on. So November 2nd, 2023, Israel-Hamas war news. So an hour and 15 minutes ago, Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital will turn into a mass grave as Fuel runs low, doctors in Gaza City warns. So recently, it seems that Israel has now invaded the Gaza Strip, and they're going to take out Hamas. And a thing about the situation with Hamas is that they're very nefarious and sadistic, and because a lot of these radicals, not all Muslims, of course, these little tiny percentage of these group of people that are these radicals that want to be a martyrdom. So they're going to go in the cities where there's people and things like that. They'll put all their missiles and things right where civilians are. So it makes it very difficult and tedious to figure out, who is who and what is what. And they're all just in one place, and it causes a problem. So, see, this update about it is out. Shifa Hospital, the Gaza Strips. Remember, some of this stuff could be fake news or not. I'd have to, in my opinion, we have to dig into this. So, the Gaza Strip's largest medical facility will become a mass grave as electricity runs out. Dr. Gashan Abu Sitta said Thursday. Hospitals, aid agencies have been warning that medical facilities across the besieged enclave will grind to a halt unless fuel is delivered to power running lines while medics struggle to treat patients with severe injuries. Prayers to everybody involved in this situation. Amen. And they have, unless there's electricity, this hospital will turn into a mass grave. It's simply as that. If we cannot keep the ventilators running, if we can't take our critically wounded patients back to the operation room, there's nothing for this place that could come and die, Abu Shitta told CNN. Hospital in Gaza is currently running on just one generator after the fuel shortage led to one being switched off. Some patients could not safely get into surgery due to lack of electricity, he added. And then you have at least 36 journalists killed in Israel-Hamas conflict. Committee to protect journalists says the number of journalists killed covering the Israel-Gaza conflict has risen to 36 according to a statement Thursday by the Committee to Protect Journalists. The toll includes 31 Palestinians, 4 Israelis, 1 Lebanese, CPJ added. Another height journalists were injured, and 9 others were reported missing or detained. It added, the journalism advocacy group says the Israel-Gaza conflict since October 7 has been the deadliest period for journalists since tracking to 1992. UN says Israeli strike killed at least 23 people sheltering at the aid facility in Gaza. Israeli airstrikes on Thursday, they say, killed at least 23 people sheltering in 4 United Nations facilities in the Gaza Strip, according to an update. The UN Humanitarian Office, nearly 20,000 displaced people are sheltering in those facilities, run by UN's Relief and Works Agency, Palestine Refugees. When the deadly strike hit, according to United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, as of November 2nd, nearly 1.5 million people in Gaza were displaced, where 400,000 sheltered in the facility. And there's an escalation of the bombardment, has killed 72 staff, damaged 50 agency facilities. And Russia to send humanitarian aid shipment to the Gaza Strip, government ministry says 2 hours ago. Russia will send a shipment of 28 tons, around 31 U.S. tons containing humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, according to Russian Emergency Stations Ministry. 2 aircraft of the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations will deliver 28 tons of humanitarian cargo for the population of the Gaza Strip, ministry announced a telegram on Thursday. The aid consists of medicine, hemostatic agents, as well as dressing materials, and will be handed over to the representatives of Egyptian Red Crescent Society for further shipment to the Gaza Strip, the ministry said. The assistance was organized and directing of President Vladimir Putin. The ministry said Russia already delivered 27 tons, around 30 tons of food in clothed October, it added. And then you have Jordan's foreign minister will tell Blinken that Israel must stop its war in Gaza. So you have in some of these other countries, I have a video coming out about it. They fired into Israel from these Hamas groups from Lebanon and these different countries in Syria. They fired into Israel. So there's a multi countries are involved in the conflict firing into Israel. So you had Jordan's foreign minister that's trying to have the conflict stop. And Palestinian American woman 81 got cleared to leave Gaza but can't due to medical needs, attorney says. That. So these are some of the things that are going on in the country. And we have over here some more of what's going on, more depth. Here we go, another one. Okay, so you have Israeli-Hamas war live updates, at least, read it through this way. Israel-Hamas war live updates, at least 79 Americans have exited into Egypt as Biden calls for a pause to get hostages out of Gaza. So we have what we know. Israel's military says its ground offense is progressing in north of Gaza and Hamas defense lines are collapsing. The IDF said today it had completely encircled Gaza City. Repeated Israeli strikes on densely populated refugee camp have drawn widespread condemnation to the fueled new anger about the civilian cost Israel's expanding military operation. President Joe Biden said last night a pause was needed in the Israel-Hamas war to allow more time to get hostages out. While there was no sign of such deals being struck, the breakthrough the Rafah border has allowed the first foreign nationals and injured civilians, including at least 79 Americans and their family members, to leave the Gaza Strip and enter Egypt. The crossing was opened yesterday after Egypt and Israel agreed that 500 people may cross daily. More than 1.4 million have been displaced in Gaza, where Palestinian health officials say more than 9,000 have been killed. Israel says 1,400 people were killed in the Hamas attack and 240 being held hostage. NBC News' Richard Engel, Raf Sanchez, Kelly Kabelia, Josh Linderman, Matt Bradley, Ellison Barber, Megan Fitzgerald, Jay Gray, Hala Gorani, Chantal Dal Silvia, and Alexander Smith are reporting from the region. 12 Democratic senators call for short-term secession after high-risk hostilities. 13 Democrats in the Senate on Thursday night called for a short-term cessation of hostilities that pose high risk to civilians and workers in humanitarian aid delivery in Gaza. President Joe Biden on Wednesday said there should be a pause in order to allow more time to try to get hostages freed out of Gaza. The U.S. is not calling for a full-scale ceasefire at this time. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said ceasefire benefits Hamas. Israel has rejected calls for ceasefire. Hey Rebel, good to see you. Kirby said today that they do advocate for a localized pause to get Americans out of Gaza or to get aid in. The letter from the 13 Democratic senators identified 3 reasons for pauses, including delivering aid focusing on hostages, an opportunity for a broader discussion amongst Israeli and Palestinian leadership, about long-term strategies for peace, the failure to adequately protect non-combatant civilians risked dramatic escalation of conflict in the region and impose severe damage on prospects for peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians, they said in a letter, based on the consensus opinion of the U.S. international aid officials, it nearly impossible to deliver sufficient humanitarian aid to protect life under certain conditions, the letter reads. Thanks for coming here, Rebel. I'm glad you're able to make it. Dozens of Palestinian Americans across Rafah border out of Gaza as fighting continues. More than 70 Palestinian Americans passed through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt today as many U.S. citizens are still trapped in Gaza while Israel continues its ground offense of targeting Hamas. WHO Director, we're running out of words to describe horror in Gaza. The Director General of the World Health Organization said today that the horror unfolding in Gaza is reaching a point where it is hard to describe and has said there needs to be at least humanitarian pause in the fighting. We're running out of words to describe the horror unfolding in Gaza, Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said at the media briefing. He said that 14 out of 36 hospitals in Gaza Strip are non-functional, that patients are crammed in hallways, and that doctors are performing surgery without anesthesia. Tedros said there needs to be hundreds of trucks entering Gaza every day to support humanitarian needs. Around 500 trucks entered Gaza every day before the war, but since October 7, there have been just 217, he said. It's too late to help the dead now, but we can help the living, he said. At the very least, we need humanitarian pause in the fighting and ideally a ceasefire, he said. At the very least, we need humanitarian pause in the fighting, ideally to ceasefire, he said. Israel has rejected calls for ceasefire. U.S. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby has said the U.S. believes a ceasefire only benefits Hamas, but he has said localized pause such as to get humanitarian aid or hostages out should be explored. Hezbollah claims to strike 19 Israeli military targets. Hezbollah said today it attacked 19 Zionist military sites and points with guided missiles, artillery shells, and direct weapons, and they achieved direct hits. Hezbollah, the militant group in Lebanon on Israel's north, made the claim through its military media. The Israel Defense Forces said that it does not comment on foreign reports. The IDF said on social media earlier today that it had been a number of launches from Lebanon at Israel territory, adding in response, the IDF is currently striking a series of Hezbollah terrorist targets in Lebanon. Like I said earlier, yeah, Lizagine, I agree. It will come undone, right? And I agree, Lizagine. And also, basically, because the video I haven't put it out yet because I was doing some other stuff. Other things came up, but I'm putting out a video hopefully today, like a little bit later today, my time, and it's Friday, so later today I'm going to upload the video about these multiple countries that have fired into Israel. And the U.S. flying unarmed drones over Gaza to help with the hostages' recovery, official says. The U.S. military is flying unarmed drone flights over Gaza to help with hostage recovery. Two U.S. officials said the MQ-9 Reaper drones have been flying since after the October 7 attacks. The officials said the officials were not aware of any previous times U.S. military drones have flown missions over Gaza. The officials would not say where the drones are flying out of the citing operational security. Video appears to show Israel Defense Forces abusing detained Palestinian men. A video appears to show a group of Palestinian men being abused by Israeli soldiers. The Israel Defense Forces told that the conduct was deplorable. Investigating it, it's not clear when or what the incident took place. 4 schools turned into shelter in Gaza refugee camps hit 24 hours, causing deaths, UNRWA says. 4 of its shelters were hit the last 24 hours, the UNRWA says, causing several deaths and injuries. Today, a school-turned-shelter was damaged at the Jabalia refugee camp, the largest in the Gaza Strip, reportedly killing at least 20 people and injuring 5. The United Nations Relief and Works Agencies for Palestine Refugees in the Near East says a statement. Early today, another school at the beach refugee camp was also damaged, with a child reportedly killed. Both locations are in the north of the Gaza Strip. The statement continued, further south, 2 schools turned to the shelters in I'm not too sure how to pronounce this. Al-Baraj refugee camp were hit. 2 people were reportedly killed, 31 injured, it said. Altogether, the shelters hosted 20,000 refugees, according to the recent UNRWA estimates. Liza Jean says, lovely chat. She's got to go. We'll be back soon. Just letting you know that she's thinking about Anthony McQuaid and hope he's okay. Liza Jean, rather. I think I said Liza Jean. Liza Jean. Anthony McQuaid is okay. And I'll let him know that you asked about him. And yeah, so yeah, Anthony's fine. Yeah. And yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. It's a horrible situation. Now we have, and this is 6 hours ago. This all happened today, okay? This happened a couple hours ago. So this is brand new, raw news, like right now. This happened like a couple of hours ago, like right now, before anyone else got it. So 2 projectiles exploded 30 feet from UN peacekeeping positions in Lebanon, UN says. The United Nations intern force in Lebanon said today that two projectiles landed and exploded yesterday 30 feet from one of its peacekeeping positions near Bayat Lif in South Lebanon, causing minor damage to some vehicles. No one was injured. A personnel were in their bunkers at the time. The UNIFIL reiterates its great concern that our positions are being hit in the exchange of fire, putting peacekeepers and any civilians who may be seeking shelter there at risk, UN Arms said on X, which is really called Twitter. The UNIFL monitors ongoing hostilities between Israel and Lebanon and ensures humanitarian access to the civilian population. House passes Republican Israel only aid. Democrats say it's dead on its arrival in the Senate. House passes Republican Israel only aid. Democrats say it's dead on arrival in Senate. Washington, the Republican led House passed a bill today that would provide $14.3 billion in aid to Israel as it wages war against Hamas, but Democrats say it's dead on arrival in the Senate and Biden has vowed to veto it. The Republican proposal would also re-sign funds from the IRS to the same amount from the funding approved in the last year's climate, health, and tax law. Democrats said the IRS cuts amounted to a poison pill as the money was intended to amp up enforcement and catch tax cheats. A new Congressional Budget Office report says the overall measure would add nearly $27 billion to deficit. Biden in the Senate, Democrats are backing a broader approach, pushing for $106 billion for both Israel and Ukraine and humanitarian aid for Gaza, as well as funding for the U.S. border operations in the package. So, a long time ago, from the beginning of the country of Israel, the America promised to help it if it had a war or a problem, but there is never a situation or an agreement was made with Ukraine though, and both of these wars happening at the same time, and we have high inflation and billions of dollars going out. It's really a tedious situation because for the American people, I could totally see the frustration and understand the frustration people have with these conflicts. And we had so many years of peace. And now the whole world's falling apart. And it's like you have a stack of cards and it's like in slow motion it's just all falling apart now. It's just like night and day. It really is. Exactly, Rebel. Right. And I think that we have a lot of problems going on here, and it's heating up and it's incited, and all these different migrants that are here that are sympathizers to the other side could certainly be causing problems, because like in London, Rebel, and SE, there's all these protests on these trains and stuff from the Palestinian side, and it's like what I mean, not by protests, it's people that are causing riots in London and stuff, and it's just disgusting to see this whole thing fall apart. It really is. And shout out to there's a lot of, I know there's homeless veterans and things like that out there, and of course, in my opinion, Hamas does need to be taken out and not cause anybody problems anymore. And I understand America has an alliance with Israel, but at the same time, I understand that this country is definitely having some dark times of its own, and the Ukraine thing has nothing to do with us at all. That is, we, and the country has a history. A lot of people are saying now in the chat that it has a history of going and intervening in other countries' wars, which SE is saying of his frustration with that, and I understand that. And it's unfortunate that it's happening again. It seems, but in a much worse way, especially with the border being wide open. And exactly what Rebel said, it was perfect under Trump. It was. Yes, indeed. And also, Israeli cabinet to deduct Palestinian Authority funds set for Gaza. Israel's political and security cabinet has decided to deduct from Palestinian Authority funds that were due to go to Gaza. The government said in a statement, Israel cuts off the contact with Gaza, and the government press office said in the statement, there will be no more Palestinian workers from the Gaza, and the workers who were in Israel on the day of war broke out will be returned to Gaza. And this war, as I said, is very unfortunate, for both sides, for the hostages and for also the people in Palestine that are being displaced and blown up, and it's absolutely horrible for both sides. And I think that prayers to them, and hopefully these other countries and these other groups in the Middle East, because as we say, it's their conflict. And the other Middle Eastern countries should accept them as immigrants and help solve the situation. In my opinion, there needs to be a two-state solution, and they can leave, each other alone and not have all these problems. And as it's disappointing that America is getting involved in these things, because there's a lot of people they're having problems with the inflation, paying for things because the groceries are getting expensive, and us over here, it's like we're not government officials. We're not in this war, this conflict far away, and it feels distant. It's like we're not helping the people here, but we're helping things over there. And as I said, I would like Hamas to be gone, and hopefully the conflict can be won, and Palestine and Israel can get along. That's what I would like to see. But I also acknowledge what America it's falling into. It's a bad habit it's getting back into. So Israel forces complete encirclement of Gaza City, IDF says. ASSV Israel, I'm probably saying that wrong. Israeli forces have completed the encirclement of Gaza City. Israel Defense Forces spokesperson Daniel Hagari said, armed forces, infantry, and the Air Force were attacking launching positions and terrorist infrastructures used by the Hamas leadership. He said, adding the engineering forces were located charges and obstacles on the ground. And Rebel made an excellent point. He said, grown-ass people can't even get along like toddlers. Yeah, Rebel, I mean, recently we had in that apartment complex or whatever, where there is this, I saw on Instagram, this guy was having he had a fight, and the dude had he had some scissors, and he was wanting to stab the other guy over some noise, and the other guy pulled his gun and killed him and his son. And also, I think that it's absolutely terrible even in our own country, what's going on. It's really absurd. And people fighting on trains, people fighting everywhere. And but as I said, I acknowledge it, both sides. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, I'm for this or that. Like, I'm for, I would like Israel to be safe, and I also would like Palestine to be safe as well. Of course, that's how I see it. So the Israel forces 8 hours ago are circling around the city. Hey, rebels saw that, yeah, and also, as he says, America has been at 228 years of 245 years of existence. Tell me much. Tell me if that is too much. Chat, you're making excellent points. I like what y'all are saying. And armed forces, infantry, and the Air Force were attacking launching positions and terrorist infrastructures used by Hamas leadership, he said, adding that engineering forces were locating charges and obstacles on the ground. He said face-to-face battles were unfolding as the IDF moves with full force against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The concept of ceasefire, he said, is currently not on the table at all. And, I think, there's many people in the Palestinian people that are against Hamas. And, because, like, there's a point where now I'm saying, if this is true or not, like, I'm not God, I don't know the truth, but this is the story that is, like, what happened. If it's, true or not, that's up to you all to decide for yourselves. And I'm just here reporting. So basically, the situation was you had Israel removed itself from the Gaza Strip, but it still occupied it and let them have these elections, and Hamas was elected to do what it's doing now. But the people there are obviously against it. There's many people against Hamas and terrorism. But you got to understand this thing is that these terrorist organizations, they're like bullies. And say if somebody wants to vote against the Hamas group, they're going to be bullied or killed. So it's like a dictatorship. So when they went away, it became like a dictatorship there. And it's a big mess, but now other people may think other things, and that's fine. And I'll be interested to see what y'all see in the chat, what your thoughts about the narrative that's been given about it. And yeah, in SC, and you know that there's certain people that go here and there, and they don't want people to have peace. And they want to turn people against each other and just cause more wars and conflicts and more profits. And more destruction and demoralization. It's just, as I said, like the art of war, like I've told you all remember, like the Streisand, it's like a snake that you attacks from the front and from the back. They're just attacking us from all kinds of different angles. Because this country is a great country, that's why everybody wants to come here. But now they're pushing us, they're trying to destroy it from within because they want to reap the benefits from it. And federal agency that helps colleges defend against potential physical attacks is up their eyeballs in requests for help as anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim threats grow on college campuses across the U.S. The federal agency tasked with helping schools prepare to respond to physical attacks is swamped with the request for help, but it doesn't have enough people to meet the demand quickly. So there's a situation going on in this country, and I guess in the West in general, that you have a problem where there's a large anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim threats going on. So, say people are attacking some Muslims specifically that may have had nothing to do with anything, and you have these anti-Semitic attacks where you have, say, Jewish people that are not doing anything in the Far East, and they're just being attacked for what they are. And there's this big problem in these college campuses, like in Louisiana, in New Orleans, there was this college campus where they're burning the Israel flag, and then the Hamas and Zionist cooperators are like two bulls or two rams or deer ramming heads against each other, and you're having attacks and things, so it's chaos everywhere. And the terrorists in London are causing a lot of problems over there as well. And of course you have peaceful protesters. So there's a variety of different people doing different things, and just the situation is getting chaotic. And as I said, and I won't stop saying this, that prayers for both sides that are have lost loved ones. I went through Hurricane Katrina, although that's not the same thing that's going on over there. It's still, I could kind of understand to some extent what the people over there are going through. So, especially these small children that are going through this, and also the hostages, and the things that the other side, it's really horrible, and you see the evil in people, that there's an evil and hate. Like Jesus said to love your neighbor. Both sides, they both need to love their neighbors. And, waiting for the return of Christ so we can have peace on earth. And this correlates with what the Bible was talking about of wars and rumors of wars. And that there will be a situation where the wars in the Far East would happen before in the end times. But remember, everybody, though, that this war has been going on for thousands of years. It doesn't necessarily mean that Jesus is coming tomorrow. But, we're obviously going to be getting close to it, but no one knows the time or the date of the end of the world, only God. So any of these things that say he's coming this time or that time, don't listen to them. We don't know, but this was one of the warnings that the Bible mentions. We just don't know when that will be exactly. Oh, yeah, Rebel. Rebel, you're hilarious. He said, very fine people on both sides. Oh, yes. They're gentlemen, scholars, intellectuals on both sides for sure. Absolutely. Okay, the Biden administration announced Monday it was stepping up its response to such incidences like we're seeing with these fine, intellectual, civilized people on both sides communicating with each other and showing each other peace and love. But they're trying to take action to respond to these incidences with an action plan that includes 125 protective security advisors from the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security. Their job is to visit college campuses and advise them on how to make them safer from physical attacks. The number is not an increase from what the agency previously had on hand to help schools, houses of worship, and other entities considered vulnerable critical infrastructure around the country. An agency spokesperson said, the protective agents are used not as on-site security agents, but as consultants who can help colleges or other campuses, including K-12 schools, identify their physical vulnerabilities. A separate group of 100 advisors is tasked with protecting those potential targets from cyber threats. Yeah, right on, SC. Yeah, SC says he knows to make the colleges safer, close the damn border. Exactly, SC. That's exactly correct. House Republicans hope to pass Israel aid package, setting up to clash with the Senate. Washington House Republicans hope to pass a bill today that would provide $14.3 billion in aid to Israel as it 14.3 billion to Israel as it wages war against Hamas, but Democrats say it's dead on arrival. Senate and Biden vowed to veto the measures. And there's something new going on just now. And let's see. New update. And it says, okay, 7 minutes ago. This is just now, chat. Residents dug through the rubbles searching for survivors after an apparent airstrike to destroy a building in the Bridgeville refugee camp in central Gaza. So that's just something that just happened. And that is the situation. Let's see. Americans crossed into Egypt, this is 12 hours ago, through the Rafah crossing. According to a senior administration official, at least 79 Americans and family members excited through the Rafah crossing into Egypt. 5 of them excited yesterday, while others 74 extended today. Today's number will continue to grow as the U.S. administration gathers more information about where the Americans are currently situated. Ahead of this meeting with Dominican Republic President Luis Abnar of the Oval Office, President Biden said their very end that the 74 Americans are dual citizens. Good news, we're going in today, and 74 American folks out there are dual citizens coming home, he said. Oh yeah, Essie. Thank you for pointing that out. There's a lot of propaganda going on, and we don't know what's true, what isn't true. Like recently, we're talking about like there is a missile that hit a hospital, and there's a debate, that it was an Israel strike or it was a terrorist missile that accidentally hit it. So yeah, there's a lot of propaganda on both, that's going on, and yeah, just take everything with a grain of salt. I agree. And I am still talking about this, everybody. There is a situation with the cats I'm going to take care of for a moment. Back in the cat room, so there's these cats that have a heater on. It needs to be turned off. But I'm not ending the stream. I'm still here. I just want to see because it's supposed to be done. But I'm going to see about this. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, she's still awake. Okay, I thought you were sleeping. Alright. I could do it if you want. Alright. I thought you fell asleep. Okay. Alright. So, these are some updates about the war. So basically, and we don't know what is real and what isn't real. And so basically, they're going into the Gaza Strip. They're invading it through a land invasion now. There's a lot of people, unfortunately, in Gaza that they're dying. And prayers to them. And there's people that are crossing over to Egypt. And we have recently with, Piers Morgan has talked a lot about this. He's had a lot of guests on his show about it from the Palestinian side. It's very interesting. As I said, I suggest to check those out. And you see, this is when a bomb hits. It's quite intense. Quite intense. And Liza Jean told me something before. Graham Hancock. I want to know what that means. So I'm going to get to the other things. Alright. Alright, so that's who Graham Hancock is. Because Liza Jean mentioned that earlier. Now I know what that is. Okay. So now I'm going to go to this hurricane Rebel was talking about. Alright, so Hurricane Otis hits Mexico. It caused a lot of damage on the west coast. Alright, it caused damage on the west coast. Yeah, that's an intense hurricane. That really is. So I'm glad that this was brought to my attention, and yeah, so yeah, prayers to those people too. And also, Rebel says a very good point. He says inflation is real. Shout the Rebel. That is very true. Very, very true. And let's go about the Pentagon and the aliens. Pentagon announces long-awaited UFO reporting form. The form will allow service members, government employees, and contracts to report information about sightings to the Pentagon All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. After the months of delays, the Pentagon on Tuesday unveiled a new secure form that service members and government employees can use to report sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena to a government office. The online form will allow current and former service members, employees, and contractors to share non-sensitive and unclassified information about the past and current sightings with the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. So, with the UFO news I like to talk about, in conjunction with inflation and the other things going on, basically, they're now talking about, they have this new form there that's going to investigate these UFO encounters that have been seen. It's finally, it's about time, because the government likes to hide things. They like to do this, they do that, and be silly. And then they come out later and be like, yeah, it was kind of true. So, the only reason it does this, because they can't hide it anymore. Like, say, like with inflation. You have this situation where, like, everything is getting more and more expensive, just like what happened in Weimar Republic, Germany. And how you had inflation so high, people can't afford anything. And it seems like it's happening here with the foreign wars and all, and that's what's going on. And then with this, they're admitting a fault that they've hid for a long time, that they are now going to have an office specifically geared towards aliens. Like when my friend and I were considered crazy, a lot of people thought we're conspiracy theorists, tinfoil hat wearers, but now the Pentagon is acknowledging it. And it will also complement reporting procedures that were announced in May to services and combatant commands. Sean Kirkpatrick, the head of the AARO, maintained that information provided via the form would be protected, as would any information given in the follow-up interviews with the AARO officials. He urged the possible witnesses to use a form and share what they know with his office. So that's him. I'd also like to take opportunity to strongly encourage any current or former U.S. government employees, military or civilian, or contractors who believe they have first-hand knowledge of a U.S. UAP program to actively please come forward using this new source secure reporting mechanism. Kirkpatrick said, "We want to hear from you." The form is not available for the general public. Kirkpatrick told reporters on Tuesday that the one would be coming soon. We understand that the members of the public are also interested in reporting UAP sightings. To AARO, Kirkpatrick noted, "We are exploring methods from how the public can do so in the forthcoming third phase of the secure reporting mechanisms." The announcement follows criticism from lawmakers, witnesses, and UAP enthusiasts over delays in creating a hotline or form that would make it easier to share information. AARO, established by the Biden administration in July 2020, has been tasked with reviewing UAP reports going back decades and turning in to report to Congress in June 2024 about the government UAP programs. And even like Trump, I remember he was talking about aliens, or he thought, he acknowledged that. And I don't quite remember what he said about it, but he discussed that at some point, and it's something I'll look into. And yeah, so that's basically what's going on with that. So the Pentagon is making an announcement about the UAPs, which UFOs really. And then let's say Trump aliens. see if I remember that correctly. Yeah. So yeah, he talked about aliens before. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So this is something like from Trump. Trump claims he was briefed on the UFOs during his presidency. Trump discussed the topic on Hi Hewitt's podcast. I remember that. I think yeah, I saw that one. He did not disclose what he might have learned about the UFOs. Other former presidents have also been briefed on the subject. In the appearance on the Hi Hewitt podcast, former President Donald Trump said that he was briefed on UFOs during his time as president. Interest in UFOs has increased recently after whistleblower David Grush claims the U.S. is operating secret UFO retrieval program through the Pentagon. The allegation sparked a congressional hearing on the subject, with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle seeking transparency from the Defense Department. On the podcast, Hewitt asked Trump about the subject. The former president first tried to brush off the question, knowing he was more focused on the terrestrial concerns like relations with Russia, China, and North Korea. Because, as I said, there's a saying that, like, well, things like I watch, like conspiracy things or about supernatural, paranormal things, is that you'll see a lot of these spooky ghouls and ghosts and apparitions, which are frightening and demonic. But at the same time, there's also videos of, like, I remember there was a dude driving through a New Orleans graveyard at night, which was, that's an interesting thing to do. And basically, what happened was with the aliens, with the person, it's like there's a person walking through the graveyard at night, and it's to be more afraid of people than to be afraid of the ghosts. And like Trump would rightfully be more concerned with Russia, China, and North Korea than with the extraterrestrial. But this is just like an interesting thing he said about it. In Close Encounters, America's UFO Fascination, Trump said he spoke to Air Force service members who said they believe in UFOs and did not appear to be the type of guy that would lie to us. The type of guy that's going to lie, rather. When Hewitt pressed him, Trump did confirm he was briefed on UFOs, but did not specify whether the Air Force personnel were the ones who briefed him. He also didn't give any more specifics on what the briefing might have said about the nature or origin of UFOs. Instead, Trump focused on the challenges he faced running the country, also opposition to the Democrats. And many of the other presidents seek that. So that's the news with the aliens that's going on. And let's talk about the inflation. And let's see any news about that. What's going on? Let's see. So this is some news about U.S. job report for October could show solid hiring as Fed watches for signs of inflation pressure. Washington, America's employers likely kept hiring at a healthy pace last month, defying high interest rates, rising pressure on customer and labor strikes that I'd idled. I don't know what that word is. Is IDLED? I'm not familiar with it. Idled big swaths of nation's auto industry. The government's October jobs report is expecting to show Friday that companies and government agencies added 184,000 jobs, a solid showing through down sharply from a blockbuster 336,000 gain in September. The unemployment rate is expected to stay 3.8%, a couple of notches above half the century low, according to survey forecasters by data firm FactSet. Yeah, inflation's killing you. Yeah, man, it's really cringe what's going on with inflation. You know, and all this spending that we're doing, I don't. It's not going to help inflation at all. Like, we have, because I know that it's hurting the economy, and we're just like recovering a little bit from it, but it's like going to be even more and more intense. And then, as I said, the American people, from the perspective of us, it's like they're helping these people over there when there's like homeless veterans and there's things going on here. So I totally understand the frustration. It really is just, it's dark times. I mean, imagine like a gray alien breaks down on Mars and they send him $1 billion to get out of there. The U.S. job market has remained surprisingly strong, even as Federal Reserve has raised its benchmark interest rate 11 times since March 2022 to try to slow the economy, cool hiring, and tame inflation, which hit a 4-decade high last year. Exactly, Essie. Essie says a good point. He says that, he says right here that, but who cares about jobs if they aren't paying nothing? You could add 1 million jobs. Yeah, because the thing is like, you know, with everything getting more expensive and more expensive, it's like it becomes unaffordable for people. And then you have the people like at McDonald's and stuff that want to be paid $1 billion. I'm just, you know, paraphrasing, just exaggerating that. But that's going to cause the inflation thing to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And, you know, like ordering something from Amazon or ordering something from somewhere or going to the grocery store or whatever. Yeah, it's just, it's absolutely insane. The U.S. job market has remained surprisingly strong, even as the federal, yeah. So one thing I want to point out is why I read that again is they're raising the benchmark interest rates. So this instant that occurs where they raised the interest rate, they keep raising it, raising it, raising it, but you kick the can. I mean, it's going to go downhill, and they keep raising it, and they keep raising it. It's like it's like making something out of thin air. And like I talk about silver on the channel and say like our precious metals like gold is like basically with like silver is used for purifying water. It's used for the green energy, and they want to have green energy, and they don't have enough, in my opinion, and many other great thinkers I consider great thinkers on YouTube have also agreed that the silver is just, there's not enough for it for the Green New Deal they want to do. It's going to cause the silver to increase, and there's a lot of uses silver and gold both have, and the dollar, the more it's lost 98% of its buying power. Because like back, I'll explain, and look, I'm young, of course, but you all would know this, but basically like back in the 50s, you could buy like a cool car for like $400. You could go to the movies for a penny or a nickel or something, and then $20 was a lot of money. But as time went on, it's like everything got more and more expensive, and a lot of people can't buy a house. They working paycheck to paycheck. They're going to this job and that job and this job, and they still can't make it. It's like it's designed to destroy us. And there are these things that have been going on throughout history have caused these economic collapses, and it's it's really messed up what these people are doing. Exactly, Amanda. It is nasty food, right? And SE, I didn't know that about camping. Thanks for sharing that with us. Also, since 2022, tried to show that the economy cool hiring the tame inflation, which hit a four-decade high last year. The Fed scrutinizes the monthly job data to assess whether employers are still hiring and raise paying aggressively as a result of labor shortages. When that happens, companies typically try to pass their higher labor costs to their customers in the form of higher prices, thereby raising inflationary pressures. And SC says because of COVID, we never came back, and they put this Green New Deal in place and they try to switch everything up. You can't do that. Even I know that. Yeah, exactly. And also, these people, in my opinion, are absolutely insane. Yeah, so we have over here. We have over here. We have. This is some news from England. I want to talk about. I'm interested in that. And they say Bank of England governor says Israel Hamas conflict poses risk to inflation fight, which I do, in my opinion, think would affect us too, the West in general. So just reading this news about England, Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey says Thursday that the ongoing Israel Hamas war poses a potential risk to the bank's efforts to bring down inflation. Bailey told CNBC that the now almost 4 week conflict could now have significant knocks on the effect of energy markets, which could ultimately push prices higher again. It obviously is a risk going forward, he told Joamana Barech. All right. So, Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey says Thursday that the ongoing Israel Hamas war poses potential risks to the bank's efforts to bring down inflation. Bailey told CNBC that aside from the immense human tragedy brought about by the now almost 4 week conflict, the knock on effect for energy markets were significant risk as resurgence in price rises. So far, I would say we haven't seen a marked increase in energy prices, and that's obviously good, Bailey told CNBC's Jomana. But it is a risk. It obviously is a risk going forward, he said. Oil prices have fluctuated over recent weeks as investors have eyed developments in the Middle East aimed to concerns that the fighting could spill over into wider conflicts in the energy rich region. So, to explain that, what you all would understand is that in the Far East, that's where the oil comes from, and that the oil and the gas are going to go up. And look, in England, my uncle, when I used to talk to him in England, he was telling me about how it would be the gas there is more expensive than like California's gas. Like the inflation in England is ridiculous. And also, the World Bank warned in a quarterly update Monday that the crude oil prices could rise more than 150 a barrel if the conflict escalates. As Thursday, 3:30 p.m. London time, Brent crude was trading up just over 1% of 85.65 a barrel. And SE said something very, very interesting. I like what he said. He said, "No, you're just blaming it." He's talking about the people. It on the inflation was there before. Exactly. This is it's going on. It gets worse because of it. Would not wait. Okay. So no, you're just blaming it on the inflation. Was there before. This and it's going to get worse because of it, but it would have gotten bad anyways. You just have something to blame. First to Russia, now it's this. Exactly, SE, because the inflation was there before, and it was going to get bad. And but they're not. They're deflecting SE. They're deflecting blame from themselves and what they did, and they're using a strawman argument. Like I told you all, what a strawman argument. It's like, say you take a scarecrow and you beat it up, and you're like, "Wow, I'm tough." So basically, with the strawman they have, is that they're just using these things as strawmen. But yeah, you're exactly correct, SE, and it's good that you pointed that out. I'm glad you did. Bailey said that should energy prices push significantly higher, the central bank's response would be depend on the wider economic circumstances and how persistent policymakers expect the price rises to be. The Bank of England has been steadfast in its efforts to bring down inflation, only by ending its run of 14 consecutive rate hikes in September. First date showed inflation running between expectations. On Thursday, the bank held interest rates steady once again, but said that the monetary policy would need to remain tight for an extended period of time. In the midst of chaos, there's also an opportunity, you see. The Monetary Policy Committee voted 6-3 factor of keeping the main bank rate at 5.23, with the three members preferring another 25 basis point to hike to 5.5%. Exactly, SE. Exactly. And thank you. I'm glad that you like what I said. So you agree. So basically, he says, exactly, well said, blame everyone but themselves. And the green agenda is not working out, and it's causing all sorts of problems. You see, SE, it's like over in Texas, you had this freeze that happened a long time ago, and everybody like died. From a lot of people died and got sick. And like, so the Green New Deal, yeah, it's not working out that well. And like I told you about the silver, there's not enough silver for them to go green. So it's going to cost silver to go up. It's a clown world. It's a clown world. And we're going to have to hold them interest rates in restrictive territory for some time, Bailey said. The risks are still on the upside. He continued, it's really too soon to start talking about cutting interest rates. UK inflation came in 6.7 in September, slightly ahead of expectations and unchanged from the previous month. The bank now expects the consumer price to index average around 4.75 the fourth quarter of 2023 before dropping to around 4.5% the first quarter of next year and 3.75 in the second quarter of 2024. Yeah, exactly. He remembers Texas. Exactly. Yeah, so that's some stuff from the Bank of England. The British pound is really cool looking. I'll show you all that. Show you like what it looks like. So basically, yeah, that's like it's very interesting looking. The British currency, it's like it has like a bunch of like it's fire. I don't think it's fireproof, but it's like it's more resistant to water and the elements and things like that. And I would be interested to see if the American dollar was upgraded, but the American dollar looks fine, the green dollar. But I thought that was really interesting how they have their dollars, their pounds rather, their currency. All right. All right. So then we're going to get into this other thing where we have. Hmm, I forgot what it's called. Yeah, the Tyson. Well, actually, I meant to say like Tyson plant. All right. So recently, this is what Peach told me before, and we'll also talk about this tomorrow as well in the other live stream tomorrow. I'll get into more depth about this. Well, I'm going to get into depth about it tonight, but we'll also talk about it tomorrow as well. That's what I meant to say. So Tyson Foods closing 4 chicken processing plants and cost cutting move. And also SE was saying he is saying that we had a huge plant close down. A lot of people worked there and it was sad. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, SC, I'm not surprised about that. I didn't hear about that specific incident, but I'm not surprised, and I know that they were doing that. It makes sense, and I'll go and look into that after this. But yeah, and also Tyson Foods Incorporated is closing 4 chicken processing plants as it looks to lower costs. The company said Monday that plants begin being closed are located in North Little Rock, Arkansas, Indiana, and Missouri. Tyson said that it will shift production to other facilities and halt operations at 4 plants in the first 2 quarters of fiscal 2024. The company currently estimates having 30 million to 400 million in total charges based on preliminary analysis. Tyson launched a plan to physical 2024. No, read that again. Tyson said that it will shift production to other facilities and halt operations at 4 plants in the first 2 quarters of fiscal 2024. The company currently estimates having 300 million to 400 million in total charges based on preliminary analysis. Tyson launched a plan to fiscal 2024 where it targeted 1 billion in productivity savings by the end of fiscal 2024. The company said that it realized more than 700 million of savings in fiscal 2022, which practically offset the impacts of inflationary market conditions. Tyson topped a 1 billion target in the second quarter of fiscal 2023, more than a year ahead of its plan. In May, Tyson posted a surprise loss in the second quarter and cut its sales forecasts and the cost plan closure and layoffs. Tyson has been trying to cut costs over the past several months. It closed its corporate offices in Chicago, South Dakota, late last year and consolidate its workforce in Arkansas. In March, it announced the closure of 2 plants in Arkansas, Virginia, in order to better use available capacity at the other facilities. Tyson laid off 15% of its senior leadership and 10% of its corporate workers in April as it faces steep inflation on labor, grain, and other inputs. The company also reported its fiscal third quarter financial results on Monday. Tyson posted a loss of 417 million or 1.18 per share for the period ended July 1st. A year earlier, it earned $750 million at $2.2.07 a share. All right, thanks, SC, for letting me know. The current quarter included a goodwill impairment charge of $448 million, removing assets impairment charges and reconstruction costs. The Springdale, Arkansas-based company earned 15 cents per share. That's well below 34 cents per share. Analysts polled by Zacks Estimates Research expected revenue totaled 13.14 billion, down from 13.5 billion a year ago. Tyson still anticipates a fiscal 2023 revenue in a range of 53 billion to 54 billion. Analysis survey by FactSet expect revenue of 53.74 billion. Shares dropped 8% before the market opened. Copyright 2023 Associated Press, all rights reserved material. And all right, so we have that done. And let's see. We cover that, so that's the finish of the article. There we go. And let's see what it says over here. You know, and I think about the situation with Tyson is that was a very good article, and wow, I mean, it's incredible what's going on with that. Tyson plant. Let's see, Bill Gates. What did he say? Bill Gates for bug protein. Exactly. Exactly, Essie. Okay, 2 hours. Oh my goodness. Tyson Foods, one of the biggest meat producers, is investing in insect protein. You hear that, chat? You heard that right. I'm reading what SE was telling me. New York, CNN, Tyson, a major U.S. producer of beef, pork, and chicken, is beating on protein that comes from insects. The meat processor said on Tuesday that it has invested in Prytix, a Netherlands-based insect ingredient maker. Tyson is not only taking a minority stake in the company, but is working alongside it to build a U.S. factory. That facility will use animal waste to feed black soldier flies, which will then be turned into food for the pets, poultry, and fish. Tyson did not disclose the financial specifics of the deal. Tyson is cringe. Now, it's like, really? What have we come to? It's come to this. And basically, you know, those flies are not going to into human food at this point, they say. Today we're focusing on more of an ingredient application with insect protein that are a consumer application. I don't. You see how they word things? They just say they want to word things a certain way. Said John R. Tyson, Chief Financial Officer of Tyson Foods, and that's a picture of them doing stuff with it. Cringe. Yeah, see, that's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Insect protein, long hailed as a sustainable food source, has caught on to the mainstream, but in recent years, insect as ingredients for animal foods has been growing. Yeah, so basically, how we have this situation where they're putting it in animal foods and they're starting it slow, a slow gradual increase to putting it in human food. And also, Amanda asked a very good question. Alien, that liquid. All right, water. So Amanda says, Alien, that liquid are insects. So this is what the liquid is. The CEO of Dutch insect farming company pours oil made from black soldier fly larvae, the company's facility in the Netherlands. So no, it's a liquid made from black soldier fly larvae. And also, so insect protein, long hailed as sustainable food source, hasn't caught on in the mainstream, but in recent years, inter interest in insects as an ingredient for animal foods has been growing. Oh yeah, Amanda, I remember when you were there for my birthday. I remember that. I remember you liked my gardening video I did. Yes, so it's February 25th. And also a 2021 report from Rabobank Rabobank noted that the demand for insect protein, mainly as an animal feed and pet food ingredient, could reach 500,000 metric tons by 2023, up from today's market of approximately 10,000 metric tons. That year, Mars launched a line of cat food made from insects. What? Called Love Bug. Well, cats eat bugs, but still, they're trying to condition it so people would eat it. The Springdale, Arkansas based Tyson doesn't make pet food, but it does sell its animal byproducts for use in the pet food and agriculture market, which feeds fish. The CFO said byproducts like animal fats, hides, the unedible proteins, if not used or reduced, can end in landfills. In this case, Tyson can send what's in the stomach of the cattle it has processed to ticks facility where it's fed to insects from the company. Creating a larger market for this type of waste can not only reduce waste but offer a larger revenue stream. A business opportunity. One feature of being in the animal protein business is having to figure out how to derive value from waste, Tyson said. We saw this as an extension of our existing business, he said, of the collaboration with Pro Ticks, adding that the insect ingredients market has really attractive growth characteristics that would accelerate Tyson. The market for insect ingredients is definitely growing at what I would think is an exponential speed, said Christine Johanna Pickard, a professor of biology at the Indiana University Purdue University Indianapolis School of Science. Pickard helped create the Center for Environmental Sustainability through the insect farming, a partnership between academia and industry members, including Tyson and Protix. There are more startups coming into the space because there's so much demand for insect protein, she said. Partnering with Tyson will help Protix scale up, noted Keys Eritz, the company's CEO. These partnerships are really needed to bring solutions like ours onto the global stage, he said. Cringe warning for chat, alright? And everybody that's watching. Why bugs are better for the planet. Why bugs are better for the planet. The meat industry places a large burden on the planet, they claim. In part because of the land, water, and energy it takes to grow crops that feed the animals we eat. Really? What? Land, water, and energy. You know what's weird? It's like 300. Earth and water. He said earth and water. It's mirroring that. That's all they want is earth and water and energy. It takes to grow crops that feed the animals we eat. Some experts say that reducing the environmental footprint of animal feed can help make the system more sustainable. Making food out of insect is one way to do that. Bugs take up less space and subsists on waste that would otherwise be discarded. Yeah, turning gun. It's good that you just ate. Hey, welcome to the show. So those are some of the bugs that they want us to eat, chat. For land, for earth, water, and energy. Wait, it's turning guns, not turning gun. Turning guns. The black soldier fly can grow on almost every type of food waste and byproduct you can imagine. You gotta imagine the nerve of these people, chat. The black soldier fly can grow on almost every type of food waste and byproduct you can imagine. Food waste, byproduct. So they want to grow them on food waste and give it to us. I mean, it's cringe. Absolutely cringe. That waste management is a big part of why insects can help ease the burden placed by cattle. It just, God created there to be cattle and things around on the earth. They've been doing this for millions of years, for thousands of years. Like before the before all this, people did this before Christianity, before all these things. When there was paganism in Europe or anywhere, they always had cattle. People didn't eat bugs, and like the Bible is clear that for us to not eat bugs and insects. There's certain things we aren't supposed to eat. Now, in modern times, we can preserve pork and different things. Although pork is kind of like a bottom dweller, it's still there's different. We can preserve different things now that they couldn't preserve back in those times. But now you have this situation. The Bible said to not eat those kind of things, like bugs and stuff. So this is another way, in my opinion, they're trying to go against us and religion in general by trying to get us to eat insects. And also they say that is a waste management as a big part of why insects can help ease the burden placed by cattle and other animals on the planet, said Reza, an assistant professor in sustainable food systems at Texas A&M University Department of Food Science and Technology. The flies eat waste from different types of animals and convert them into a specific product, which is going to be a protein or a fat from the insects. He said once you're dealing with this specific protein and fat, then you can easily formulate the diet for animals. And look, there's things like they can make out of mushrooms. Not the kind of psychedelic mushrooms, but mushrooms. There's like beans is a good source of protein. And people that would want to be vegetarian or vegan, there's like vitamin B12, that's the vitamin that people that don't eat meat would lack. So if people wanted to be like not eat meat, they can just eat things like B12 supplements, beans, like lima beans is a good source of protein. And also there's a type of like it's called coron or something that people can eat that's like made out of like mushrooms designed to be like meat. So, but eating bugs, I mean, it's like you want people to eat like animals, but then they want to eat bugs. It's like that's killing another little thing. Like, hope you're been having a good day turning guns. Everything's been going well with you, hopefully. Glad you're here. And when insects eat animal waste, I can't believe what I'm reading. When insects eat animal waste, they are essentially serving as a mini bioreactors, he said. And these mini bioreactors, they are very inexpensive, he said, and you don't need to apply that much energy. It's very sustainable. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Essie. Oh, really? I remember when I was at the Wax Museum, not the Wax Museum, at the Nature Center. They, not the Nature Center. When I was at an insectarium, they had this thing where you can eat the bugs if you wanted to, and it's like absolutely cringe what they're doing with that. Yeah, it's crazy. And basically, like, wow, yeah, SC, I see that. I see that the people eating the bugs. Yeah. I'll show y'all some pictures of it. Cringe warning for chat. Yeah, this is the place in Brooklyn that serves bugs. Yeah, chat. So we have some delicious, disgusting looking things right here. Them eating bugs. Yeah. And you have this dude. It looks he has soy face. This is what the soy face means. I gotta show y'all this. I gotta show y'all this. All right. So see this dude. He has soy face. You see, this is soy face. Like, it's these men that have, like, these exaggerated, weird smiles. And this is what that guy has. He has soy face. So he's... The reason why I say this... I'm real funny. And so this gentleman has himself a soy face. I'm saying that because he's eating bugs. Like this is a soy jack, and yeah, this is soy face. Yeah, so that's soy face. I'll show you some more examples of soy. Like these, like the woke people. And like they have memes of it. It's like duck face. The female version is duck face. And like this dude has soy face. It's like they have too much high energy. So that's him. And we have... Yeah, this is some more. Learn about eating insects with the... you have some more insects right there. And yeah, we have that. Yeah, so this is what SE was talking about. Ohio restaurant tests out pizza topped with cicadas. No, this is real. Chat, this is real. Creating a buzz, Ohio restaurant tops its pizza with cicadas and bakes the bug's wings into the crust. I'm marveled. I'm marveled. The Pizza Bandit in Dayton, Ohio. Cringe warning. Cringe warning. Ohio tested out what it calls spicy Thai cicada pie. It was made with miso, hoisin, sriracha sauce, mozzarella provolone. I know I'm not saying that. I'm butchering that. Provolone mushrooms, cabbage green onions, mango, kiloranto, and spicy Thai sauce. Spicy Thai sauce. They also topped it with a bunch of comfort. What they really topped it with is it with the blanched and sauteed locally foraged cicadas and baked wings into crust. The pizza is not from sale, is not for sale because the restaurant is not even sure if we can legally can sell it to locally foraged cicadas. SC says a very good point. SC people mostly lives like it. I'm telling you, it's good earthy. They talking all the farms away because of global warming, and they want to eat bugs. I'm telling you. Yeah, he's right. SC's right. Comfort. Comfort. That's like they walk around and say, like, comfort. And it's like anytime you disagree with them, they say, hatred. Hatred. An Ohio eatery embraced cicada swarming parts of the U.S. this summer by baking the big buzzing insects into the pizza. So we got this, you got these clowns here that are like, you know what? We have the cicadas flying around, so why not? How about we just go put them on pizza? The Pizza Bandit, chat, it's called the Pizza Bandit. The Pizza Bandit in Dayton, Ohio tested out what it calls spicy Thai cicada pie, which is made with cheese, onions, mango, foraged with cicadas. So they have like cicadas mixed in with it. Exactly. Turning Guns said a good point. Turning Gun says, I remember when people would freeze out seeing a bug part in their food, so now I guess people will freak out seeing food in their bugs. It's hilarious. Chat, I'm cringing. Cringe warning. Cringe warning. Okay, Amanda. So, yeah, Stranded's in Ohio, and I'm gonna talk about this stuff tomorrow with the farming, like with Tyson in this part, because she'll be here tomorrow night. Well, technically tonight. It's Friday right now where I am, so tonight. So yeah, she lives in Ohio, and tomorrow she'll be here in the chat for the next stream, and I'm going to go over it again, and she'll react to it and say her commentary about it. So this is the disgusting pizza chat. It's like that. I don't even know if that's FDA approved. That wouldn't even FDA approved. Like, they get upset if like people use things for, like, say like something works for like a horse and it works for a human to help people with things, but they'll go and advertise this that's a good thing when they don't even know you're supposed to eat bugs. It's like, it's just cringe how they're so selective about things. And you have this situation, chat. I mean, look at this. Look at this, chat. I mean, I think I'm in the. We are officially in the Twilight Zone. Well, this is no longer what it was before. Now people are eating bugs. The Bible, God didn't want people to eat bugs, so they're going to want people to eat bugs. Like, we talk about gray auras and things that are creepy. And also, you have this situation where they're trying to do counterculture stuff, and this is one of those things. Exactly. Yeah, see, they're selective about it. Exactly. He understands too. The Pizza Bandit is not actually selling the cicada pizza because it says they are not even sure if we can legally sell it. You locally forge cicadas. So, like, basically, they didn't sell the pizzas because they're not sure if they're legally supposed to do that. But, I mean, they're advertising it like it's some cool new thing. But if you have something that could help somebody get over a sickness, they're like, oh, it's evil. Oh. And also, basically, this other thing, cicadas are edible through the FDA. Well, hold on. Cicadas are edible, though the FDA warns that those with the seafood allergy should avoid them. Yeah, shout out to SC. I remember. Yeah, so, let's see, restaurant calls for miso. So instead they hosted a taste test with the week live streamed on Facebook. The restaurant provolone, cicadas, mushrooms, cabbage, green onion. And mango. So they did a live stream about them taste testing these things. And the FDA warns that seafood allergies should be avoid them. So they also baked cicada wings into the crust. From a distance, this pie looks delightful, but once you get closer, you realize those are no raisins. And the restaurant wrote, yeah. Opinions on the pizza range from absolutely delicious to, well, yeah. Okay, Turning Gun says, I think it was John that survived on locusts and honey in the wilderness, but I don't believe that he continued eating locusts afterwards. Well, okay, and I didn't know about that. Thank you for Turning Guns for telling me. And that is, of course, is an exception because that's all he had to survive. So if all you have to survive is bugs or something, that's okay. God just didn't want people to eat them for fun. But people could eat them for if they have to survive. But thanks for pointing that out, Turning Guns. I did not know about that. And thank you, Amanda. Very sweet. Yeah, because, sometimes, like when I was young, when I was like a kid, sometimes, and when I was young at summer camp, I would feel a little. Sometimes you wouldn't always talk to me and stuff, so I was like, I'm gonna talk to everybody and be like friends with people. So that's and I like talking to different people and bringing people in because that's what I like to do in general. It's how I am, and I'm glad that God's blessed me with great friends. All right, so yeah, that's an example of eating the bugs. Oh yeah, man, I wouldn't want to eat bugs either. I agree. I wouldn't eat bugs either. And like the Bible says to not eat bugs. So I remember I saw that, and I'll go more into depth about that in a moment. Yeah, so this is some of the luxury bugs that are eaten. All right, so this is basically the thing with the bugs. And I'm going to look about the Bible verse about eating bugs. So I remember that. I remember that. But look, the Bible says to not eat shellfish and pork and stuff because they're bottom feeders. And but now we have better ways to preserve pork and stuff like that. And back then they may have not have had that. That's an explanation my friend gave me. It's an opinion. And but still, you can eat whatever you want. But it doesn't mean you should eat everything you want. Like you shouldn't eat a bug. But there's all kinds of ways you could survive without eating bugs, of course. That was just an incident, and the guy was out in the desert. But of course, in the desert, I remember survival in the desert, they do kind of eat bugs. I remember that. But that doesn't mean that if you're in the desert, you don't have to eat bugs to survive. There's other ways you could survive by eating little critters and things and the cactuses and other stuff like that. And that's something else I could get into in another live stream. All right, so we have another thing. All right, so this comes from Leviticus. All flying insects that walk on all fours are not to be detestable to you. There are, however, some winged creatures that walk on all fours that you may eat. Those that have jointed legs for hopping on the ground, of these you may eat any kind. And now it does say he was talking about locust. Yeah, so it does say you may eat any kind of locust, kitede, cricket, or grasshopper. And yeah, I want to read more into that. Let's see. Yeah, so what it basically is saying is that, I say, so another explanation. These are the insects you may eat. So it does say there's insects you could eat. All kinds of locusts, winged locusts, crickets, and grasshoppers, but all other insects that have wings and walk on 4 feet you are to hate. Those insects will make you unclean, and anyone who touches the dead body of one of those insects will be unclean to evening. So yeah, that is what is there. Because I remember something about that, and it does say that people in a survival situation, like what turning guns was saying, like the locusts, like he was saying, John ate the locusts, and but this is not something that God intended us to eat for recreational use, in my opinion. And to not listen to this agenda, to eat bugs and stuff that's not necessary. You can eat the vegetarian diet or vegan diet, like what Amanda was saying and what I was saying, or you can eat pork, meat, whatever. There's not a problem. It's just saying a survivalist situation. So that's what I meant when it said to not eat certain bugs. So there you go. So I didn't quite remember what was said about that, but I had to refresh our memory. Okay. An explanation: the locusts, some have thought, are meant to be some sort of fish called the crabs, which John found upon the banks of the Jordan, and lived up upon others that sort wild fruit of the tops of the trees and plants found in the wilderness, fed on, designed. But the truth is, these were a sort of creatures called locusts. Let's see. He ate locusts and honey because his preaching was sweet in multitude, but a sort continuance, the honey has sweetness, locust, a swift flight, but soon falls to the ground. So there you go. So that to clear up everything I said earlier, that is the thing to do. But anyway, the agenda, it's like, regardless if it has to do with the Bible or not, it should not be forced upon anybody to eat bugs. It's not necessary. Only if it's some kind of survivalist situation. These people were in some other time period out in the desert. We don't need to have that. Thank you, Turning Guns, for saying the Bible verse. Thank you. Oh yeah. So we have here this other thing. Yeah, so let's say farms. Let's put a farm as the picture. Okay. Yeah, so we have this situation in the country, and I got that cleared up, that there are certain things to eat and not to eat, and then I cleared up the position what I said before to say exactly what it was. So we have the farms here in America, and they're trying to take over the farmland. They're trying to get people to eat bugs, and they want to ship everything to China, in my opinion, which is provable fact. And Also, we have the situation where we are in a first world country. We're in a civilization where we can have meat, we can preserve shellfish, we can preserve pork, and we can preserve the different things. And people at another time period may have had to eat certain things, or people in a survival situation will have to eat certain things. Like, say, people that crash in an airplane in the mountains that Amanda and I were talking about on one of the other streams, when people had to, graphic warning for chat, cringe warning, people had to eat each other through cannibalism. And you usually wouldn't do cannibalism only if you're in a survival situation. So there's no need for us to eat bugs. And the agenda is an anti-God agenda. To try to take away the things that we can eat, or people could be vegetarian if they want. I think it's absolutely absurd. And I'll read what he said in Mark. Let's see. Let's see. Now John was clothed with camel's hair and with a leather belt around his waist, and he ate locusts and wild honey. John wore clothing made of camel's hair with leather belts around his waist, and he ate locust, wild honey. And this was his message: after me comes the one more powerful than I, he straps of whose sandals I am not worthy to stop down and unite. Untie, rather. And I will say that this was a survival situation in another time period. Like back in the Old Testament where they had to sacrifice the rams and the goats and different things like that to God. And then Jesus came, they don't need to do that anymore. But some people think they still have to do it. But you don't have to do that anymore because Christ died. So it just depends on the time period people were in. And there's the New Testament and the Old Testament. And now we're in we don't need to do that, eat bugs. And as I said, they're just trying to steal. A thief comes to steal everything and just take everything. That's what they're doing. It's a bunch of thieves. They're wolves, beasts in human form. That's what these people are. Yeah, and these are like some chickens in a farm. Shout out to the farm animals. And I'll say about lima beans for the vegetarian crowd that I was talking about before. Lima beans are a good source of protein when they are combined with whole grains such as brown rice. They provide protein comparable to that of meat, dairy foods. Lima beans, like other legumes, are packed with fiber, just like cup meat. About half of your daily fiber needs will meet your So yeah, that would be good. And also vitamin B12. Yeah, vitamin B12 is a supplement people could take if they're vegetarian. And that's a supplement that vegetarian people take. And let's see. On food. And my uncle, my aunt in England eat this. It's called Koron. It's like made out of like mushrooms. Let's see if I'm right about that. It's mycoprotein. But yeah, so that's basically what they eat. And let's say like and then we have vegetables of protein. So, high protein vegetables rank from highest to lowest. Green peas, spinach, artichokes, corn, avocado, asparagus, Brussels sprouts, mushrooms, kale, and potatoes. Those are some good sources of protein for like from a vegetable perspective. Oh yeah, that's true. And SC says you could survive off of beans and rice. That's true. And also, like, and I'll have another stream that'll talk about survival stuff. And SC also can put commentary about that because he knows about that stuff too. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to the corn. Shout out to the corn. Oh, I've grown my own spinach before. It tastes really good. I've grown my own broccoli, my own corn. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Oh, another thing I want to add is that spicy food, spices and peppers and hot sauce also is good for protein as well. Yeah, turning guns. He says, "Can you imagine going to an office job and hang out in a cubicle after a big English breakfast?" Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, that looks very good. Wow. Talk about a dirty job. Y'all are funny. Yeah, and I'll say it's very, very good. Very good food. It's splendid. Oh, I'll look at German food. A lot of sausage and stuff. It's yeah, and pretzels. Bob had a big breakfast this morning. Yeah, and this is coffee. Obviously this is coffee, and also I like tea. Let's go back. This is the black thing on the plate. Yeah, churning guns. I don't really know which one it was you saw on the plate. Yeah, I don't know. The fried thing. Which one was I? Was it the German food or the English food? Let's go back one. Oh, all right. Let's see how this goes. Fairy tale castles, gorgeous nature, unique culture, historical towns. All right, let's see what that is. In general, traditional cuisine tends to have heavy, high calorie food. Recipes dominate the menu. Of course, the number one dish taste in Germany, legendary Wiener Schnitzel, is delicious. Flat meat, often veal, is a must. Grilled and fried German sausages, such as Bratwurst, Bratwurst, yeah, and renowned curry wurst are great choice as well. Roasted salsa braten, made of different meat, is surely among the unmissable German food dishes to have while you're visiting the country. Hamburg is the second largest city in Germany and is believed to be the origin of popular American dish. Hamburgers. That makes sense. According to various references, the Hamburg steak was served between two pieces of bread, the Hamburg American line, the transatlantic shipping, the connecting Germany and America, a mixture of ground beef and pork, usually uses it in hamburger recipes. The typical German dish consists of tiny, thinly sliced beef or veal, mustard, and pickles, wrapped in bacon, onions, and mustard. Ruhland is also considered to be a place of traditional Polish cuisines in Upper Silesia region. Amanda says she's German and she just knows many food dishes from years of cooking shows and research. I love food and learning about it. Amanda, that's very cool. Yeah, and Amanda says, yeah, one of the most famous dishes her parents love is to get is all time is when they go to a German restaurant. I've not been to a German restaurant. Yeah, yeah, Amanda. And I'm German too, obviously. Part German from both sides. And I, yeah, recently had a pretzel. That's pretty cool. So shout out to Germans and German food. Let's look at some more. Liberiski. You're welcome, Essie. The name of this dish translates to liver cheese, although in fact it is something like meat bread. Liberski is popular in south of Germany. As a rule, it is prepared from salted beef, but sometimes pork and onions are added. Small mincemeat is baked in a mold until the brown crust appears. And Amanda says that's actually blood sausage. And the German pretzel, this is obviously a snack that they have over there. Reibchen. Okay, whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, so we have right turning guns. Alright. So they have that, and they have this dish, Maltaschen. The name of the traditional German dish means dumplings, and their recipe as follows: keened in dough, prepare a filling, a minced meat, bacon, pork, and spices. Then the filling is wrapped in small envelopes, which are boiled in meat broth. Malt Ischen is served as a first course, thanks to which you can warm up before the hearty second course and traditional desserts. Yeah, so these are some of the snacks they have. They have cupcakes, they have desserts. Kaskinchen, made homemade quark cheese or store bought quark and lemon flavoring. Just one bite will make you think you're in Germany. You won't go wrong by having a slice of this delicious Black Forest cake. The Black Forest is really cool. Either the traditional chocolate cake with a sweet cherry filling is among the most authentic German dessert recipes. Stolen Stollen cupcake. The Stollen cupcake is a classic Christmas treat. The cake contains many more spices, raisins, nuts, and canned fruits. The dessert is generously sprinkled with powdered sugar. On top of that, cupcake resembles a newborn Jesus Christ wrapped in white diaper. For the first time, the dish was prepared in 1329 when the recipe caused many complaints because the dough's uncompleted taste from the oats, water, and flour did not impress the demanding German. After all, it was decided to add butter to the dough and flavor the cupcake with spices and candied fruits. This is how the dessert has come down our days and try it is a must have of your journey throughout Christmas Germany. So this is what they're talking about. It looks really cool. Lübecker Marzipan. Marzipan is present in many national cuisines, and countries are arguing about the importance of its creation. But if you are in Germany, you have to try German desserts called Marzipans, the capital of which considered to be Lübeck. Very high requirements are put forward for the quality Lübeck marzipan. It should contain no more than 30% sugar. The rest is almond paste, but many manufacturers have set even stricter limits for themselves, so there is even less sugar in their sweets and various marzipan sweets. As a result, German marzipans are considered one of the best in Europe. After trying it once, you'll fall in love with them forever. The German bakery, she says, here is amazing. Her favorite is the bee sting cake and the Nutella ring cookie. What is bee sting with honey? Yeah, that's something we could go look into. Another one is German wine. A glass of German wine is for sure something you should have during your Germany trip. The country is number 10 among the plant's biggest wine producers, and there's a total of 13 German wine regions. Most famous of them is Franconia. Moreover, region of Baden-Baden allures travelers not to only with its healing thermal area and Black Forest, but with its high-class wine. The tradition of winemaking in Germany boasts centuries of history. Among the wine highlights of the country are the white Riesling wine and the red Spot Burgunder, and sweet ice wine called Iswine. If you're among the people who prefer the bubbly treat yourself, try yourself some Ziget. Contrary to the common belief, the most popular drink of Germans is actually coffee, not beer, not wine, nor any other. Didn't see that one coming, huh? German drink culture is very developed and varied, therefore, you'll definitely find a beverage to complement your meal, brighten up your evening after a day of rich sightseeing. Numerous popular cocktails are made with the base of brandy, cognac, and German liquors, while advice tasting cocktail Asbach and Alexander. A sip of refreshing German punch called Bowl, or some Apfelwein, apple cider, Frankfurt specialty, is a great idea as well. Plus, who hasn't heard of Schnapps? A shot of this fruity beverage is a must-do, and those who plan to this country during Christmas season should surely taste the local winter specialities. Mulled wine, which they call glühwein, as well as a special hot plus rum punch, fries, Fures and Eigenball. The overview of German drinks, of course, wouldn't be complete without the mentioning of beer. This beverage has, for centuries, been integral in Germany as far back in the day as when it's considered beneficial for health and purpose. Not many people know this, but before the 20th century, water in Europe wasn't always pure and safe to drink. Thus, the further processing, for instance, in breweries was not only a craft, it was somewhat of a necessity. Nevertheless, German mineral water is great quality today. It is no surprise that among the world's beer nations, Germany probably ranks among the top positions. Not only do local annually consume about 100 liters, about 26 gallons per person on average, but they are also proud of the country's shocking number of around 5,000 German beer brands. Among the best known ones are the German beer Steins, Polinier, Kolstich, Ag Oostenier, Berliners, Weiss, Endiger, Bavarian Hefeweizen, and numerous German Pilsners are just the tip of the iceberg. Apart from the big names, beer enthusiasts are also welcome to taste many of the types of beers crafted in small breweries across the country. There are about 1,500 of them dotting Germany. Therefore, no matter which part of this European beauty is on your travel radar, you'll wait to have a chance for the unique, high quality beer testing. And by the high quality, we really mean the real deal thing as a German law of beer purity, Reinstein Ingbot. I butchered that. Rein Heist ist Igbot, which has been around for about 500 years. states that if the drink isn't made only of water, yeast, hops, and barley, it's not beer. What does that mean? That ordering German beer, even in small privately owned breweries somewhere in the tiniest village, you avoid artificial components. Basically, no trip to Germany would be complete without a glass of local beer. There are even special German beer tours. Not to mention the beer event, which has gained world popularity and welcomes thousands of visitors from across the globe, the famous German beer festival, Oktoberfest, held every year in the Bavarian city of Munich in autumn, and it's needless to say that it is by far not the only beer and festival in Germany which you can visit. Amanda, that sounds very good. It sounds like it tastes very good. Exactly, turning guns. Exactly. I'm related to the Germans. I'm related to like pretty much every country in Europe, and Germany is one of the main ones. Especially my entire name's German. Also, my dad's side has German in it. All right, I'm gonna go over some of these other ones. So, Flammchin pizza, Flammchin, Flammkuchen. Germany has its own pizza analog, Flammkuchen, or fire pie. A thin layer of dough is covered with bacon, onion, and cream cheese, and then baked on an open fire. Nowadays, the traditional recipe of Flammkuchen has been supplemented, and now ham, chicken, and other ingredients are added to filling. You can try this dish while walking around the city and admiring the sights of Germany, or when visiting an authentic restaurant in general. You can enjoy Flammkuchen in any German city and compare the recipe which region you like the most. And this is Ripchen, listing everything eaten in Germany with beer served as a snack. It's impossible not to mention the famous ribs. German Rippchen, often long time the sternum, was considered one of the most useless parts of the carcass and was only used for cooking broths. But in the 50s of the last century, one of the German butchers found an old recipe for cooking ribs on the slow fire. Since then, not only Germans have been drinking beer with this unpretentious dish, but also fans of foam in other countries. Yeah, we talked about that. Let's see. Anything else? Okay. Mul Maltaschen. The name traditional German dish means dumplings. Yeah, I read that. I read that already. I'll read about the pretzels. As for snacks, make sure to stop by the bakery and taste larger and pretzel. The origins of this salted pastry goes back and are highly popular in numerous German regions, especially in Bavaria, often served as an appetizer. They're usually soft and large, similar to bagels. All right, so that's about some of the German dishes. All right, and also we have they have like sausages, and yeah, Amanda, wow, yeah, I'm sure he was mad over that. Yeah, let's see German beer glass. Hello, next online. Glad to see you here. Welcome. She says, reminding me I need to get pretzels and bagels before leaving. Popping for a minute. Required. Woke up. Yeah, she popped in to tell us hello. Well, hello, hello, next online. Good to see you. And also, you have this. They're very interesting looking. Yeah. Shout out to Sarah. And also, shout out to chat. Shout out to everybody. Everybody watching. All right, SCC tomorrow. We're gonna be ending the stream soon anyway, because we're pretty much done what we had to do. But you're not gonna really miss much, because y'all saw what I was trying to show before. So thanks, SC. See you tomorrow. Yeah. So these are the German Steins. Yeah, the German culture is very interesting. Yeah. Next online says gonna scrub back and watch and bruise and call good. My 2 cents. Yeah, nice. Thanks for telling us. Glad to hear that. Yeah, he says he used to know about beer, but not much anymore at the culinary school. All right, Amanda, I'll be interested to know. Thanks. I don't. I don't drink anything. It's been a while since I've drank anything. Beer may not be the most healthiest thing to consume, especially in large amounts. Actually, compared to the other alcohols. Yeah, she said the brews and cola were so good. Amanda says one time getting out of the car, her dad had open beer in his coat pocket, and he hugged her, and it spilled over her. Wow. Yeah, next online, it's a pleasant surprise to see you in chat. Yeah, this is a vintage Stein. That's pretty cool. These are American Steins. Yeah, so basically, with beer, it has like hops in it, and it's kind of yeah, it wouldn't be good for men to consume a lot of beer. It wouldn't be good for that, or like women or men. But the other ones, the other alcohols, no alcohol is really that good for you. But the other ones are not as bad as the beer because of the stuff it has in it. Actually, it's been a couple of years I think since I've drank anything. Oh, turning guns. Actually, I cover the French food all the time here, and I was just going over these other foods because I don't really cover them as much. But yeah, because I'm from New Orleans, so we do have a lot of French food here, and I'm also part French as well, because I'm related to all the different countries, so I'm familiar with that too. And we'll look at the French food, and we'll go with the other ones from like Louisiana. Well, that's cool. I like French food. Like in New Orleans, we have like gumbo, jambalaya, and yeah, the other one. I have to think of the name of it. And so basically, we have a lot of French influence here. Yeah, I'll be glad to go into the French one. Yeah, yeah, that's all right. Next, something in moderation is not bad. It's not going to be bad for you, especially if something's consumed in a large amount. But that's fine. Next, she said, "Yeah, half a glass, please, once in a while, and with certain good snacks, soft pretzels." All right, right. How do I understand? Next. All right, so we have, and if I pronounce something wrong, correct me, chat. So we have steak, tar, tare. Let's start with one of the most unique French dishes that many newcomers feel a little hesitant and even frown upon: steak, tare, aka tare, d bouf. Probably butchered that one. All right, turning guns. Yeah, okay. And tartar. Okay, thanks. Oh, Amanda, I agree. That is tasty. Tartar. Okay. Steak tartar is essentially raw minced meat, but there's more to this peculiar dish than looks at first sight. And if it's made well, it can be absolutely delicious. A good steak tartar is made up of a dish of high quality chopped or ground beef steak. The meat is mixed with seasonings such as capers, onions, parsley, and Worcester sauce. Sometimes it's served topped with raw egg. Thanks, Turning Guns. While it may seem unsafe to eat, if fresh and prepared correctly, this dish both safe and very tasty. It usually served as an appetizer, but is also popular main course served with fries. Steak tartar, yeah, is beloved dish in France, and you will find it in restaurants all over the country. Actually, it's popular that you will find it in neighboring countries too. We live in Belgium, the person that wrote the article, and it's very common over there. And he says it's always with raw egg. That's really cool. I never heard of that. Yeah, I see. I think there is obviously a difference between the Cajun and Creole and the homeland of France. Yeah, they're definitely it's a little bit different. I've been to a French restaurant before in the French Quarter. I remember I wore a suit. I like dressing up nice anyway. I don't remember what I had, but I had something really good. And yeah, I went to a couple of French restaurants before, a couple of times. Yeah, and it says good to know. Do not confuse steak tartare served cold with steak. It says haché served warm. The latter is slightly grilled in a sort of French hamburger. However, as it's very common in France, the meat is grilled very shortly, and the inside of the steak haché is usually quite raw. Yeah, so that's the dish. All right, ratatouille. That's like that movie with the little French mouse, Ratatouille. hmm And that was a good movie. Made well known by the Pixar movie of the same name, Ratatouille is a traditional vegetable stew from the province of South France. This French classic has been around since the 18th century, and you should be able to find most traditional restaurants all over the country. Ratatouille is composed primarily of eggplant, zucchini, yellow squash, onions, and bell peppers, and simmered in tomato sauce. Usually, the vegetables are sauteed in a pan with some oil, but it can sometimes be made in the oven as well. This is a favorite summer dish as it uses so much fresh summer produce. It's generally served with crusty bread, but can also be served with rice, potatoes, or meats, especially lamb. Yeah, turning guns. I didn't know that. Thanks. And it makes sense because I'm like remembering now. Yeah, it would be different. That looks good. I love French food, and also I have relatives in my family that are Italian, and I've had a lot of Italian food like coming up. Like that's what I ate a lot from the family was like Italian dishes. And now we have beef bourguignon, and the cozy and comforting dish, which I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. The cozy, comforting dish of boeuf bourguignon is another beloved French food that you will find in the most local restaurants. This beef stew is elevated by brashing chunks of beef in a thick red wine sauce, preferably used in burgundy wine. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. In burgundy wine, with herbs and bacon, with mushrooms, pearl onions, and carrots being sauteed and added to the stew. Unsurprisingly, this dish comes from Burgundy region, famous for wines and the origins of Boeuf Bourguignon go back from the second half of the 19th century. So rather young as far as traditional dishes go, but it has quickly become one of the most renowned and famous dishes in all of France you will find in many restaurants across the country. Turning guns is getting hungry, like me. Next on mine, she was like, "Oh, I understand. Heat from rice would be enough to cook." Yeah, shout out to Turning Guns. And I'm like learning about these French dishes. Man, that looks good. Nice and simmering and steamy with the smoke. Kog Auvin. Kog Auvin is the sister dish to Boeuf Bourguignon, none, except Cog Vin. The primary ingredient is chicken, not beef. The literal translation of the name means roaster in wine. Chicken is stewed in a thick sauce of red wine, onions, and bacon to create a flavor dish that you'll find in restaurants around the country. Rooster in wine, rather. Chicken is stewed in a thick sauce of red wine, onions, bacon, and flavor dish that you'll find in restaurants around the country. This could be one of the oldest dishes in France, with some legends tracing its origins to the days of Gaelic Empire or even earlier. Okay, so he says Borgi Noyon. Okay, thanks. How I say that? It remains a very popular main dish today, one that you can try most restaurants all over France. That looks good. That would look good with some rosemary and like some seasoning also. I know it has seasoning in it, but other seasonings. All right. French onion soup. Okay, and he says another version is or Bergie Yeon. Yeah, that might be. Yeah. Here we go. Me saying other words. Soupe et le oignon. Wait, it's the same word that the other one. It's ognion. Yeah, onion. Right. AKA soup a low oig yon. Grant Ine is one of the most popular traditional soups to try in Paris. French onion soup is beef broth with caramelized onions served with large piece of bread topped with melted cheese. The bread and cheese are floating in the soup. There are several legends as to who invented the modern recipe of French onion soup or when it was invented. Most versions of the story involves King Louis and let's see, hold on. Leonyon. By King Louis the 15th, in one way or another. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. In one way or another. So this simple meal is worthy of a king, but the origins of a hearty, warm soup prepared with the cheap and widely available onions go back to Roman times. Okay, so it's like. All right, so that's it. It looks good. And we have this, and it's like in the down here in New Orleans, they probably put a lot of like, as I said, like the other one, like the seasonings in it. Like we have all these like spices and stuff from like the Americas that we will probably put in that. Yes, Amanda. I mean not Amanda. Next online, the Roman Empire. And they're telling me what the webpage. Alright, dude. Yeah. Okay, I'll check that one out. Turning guns. I will. Duck confit. Duck confit, aka confit de canard, is made by marinating duck overnight and then cooking it submerged in duck fat. The result is tender, succulent flavor duck meat. It's usually served with vegetables and potatoes. The process of slow cooking and storing food in fat dates back to many centuries ago when there were no refrigerators. Remember I was telling y'all earlier about preserving food? There you go. And so people had to find creative ways to store their food for long periods of time. Duck is a common protein in France, and you will see it on the menu of just about every traditional restaurant. This is another must try in France, although probably not everyone's taste. Duck confit. Ah, okay. Yeah, y'all are twins. Okay, yeah. I see the pronunciation now. Thanks. Because it's like, yeah, some of these things I've not heard of before or known about, and it's like the it's nice to have chat help me when I pronounce different things. It's nice. I'm learning a lot. Oh, here we go. Duck is amazing and delicious. I agree. All right. Gratin da fun inois. We got some other words here. Potatoes. Au gratin is another French classic that you probably already tried before, but there is no better place to taste the traditional gratin dauphinois than France itself, of course. By the way, you'll find the dish under different names of what he says. Gratin de pommes et la fournisse pommes de terre de fond ois, or pommes à la de fond ose. And we have Daphne. Okay, thanks. Oh yeah, that was funny, yeah. Oh, I see it. Yeah. It's like Daffy Duck. And gratin daphnios, daphne is made of sliced potatoes and cream and baked in the oven. This popular side dish has its origins in Dauphine region, southeastern France. Many traditional meat dishes in France are accompanied by gratin dauphine, call it that. So it's usually quite easy to try in local restaurants. That looks very good. That's a rosemary on it. And after this, I'm going to check the toast Melba after this. All right. Let's see this one. Steak poivre. Ere. French pepper steak. Consists of peppercorn crusted steak, usually filets mignon, with creamy pepper sauce. This sauce is typically made of cream, cognac, and black pepper. Sometimes green pepper is used instead. Pave. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I see the E on the end. It would be that, thanks. And this dish probably originated in 19th century Normandy region, but numerous Parisian chefs claimed the invention of the dish in the 1950s and 60s. Either way, it's a French classic that you will find in restaurants. Peppered steak is usually served with French fries, but you can also eat it with all sorts of potatoes. Some restaurants will also serve vegetables with steak, but it's not very common. Sometimes small quantities of greens are added for more decoration. That looks very good. Frog's legs. Nice. Yeah, we have that down here in Louisiana, the frog's legs. Like the Cajuns and the Creoles. They like to make that. Known as Cuisses de Grenoble, in French, frog's legs, are considered a national delicacy, but taste is similar to chicken wings. This unique French dish is most common in eastern part of the country, but is found all over. Frog legs can be prepared in many different forms, including grilling, frying, baking, and sautéing them. Being a special treat, frog legs are not generally available on just any old restaurant menu, so you'll need to search them out to go to a more upscale restaurant if you want to give them a try. That looks very different than the ones in Louisiana, but that looks very good. That looks very good. She said she's had frog legs many times in crawdads, those also eaten in Japan, their style of French style. We call them down here crawfish. And I understand another place they call them crawdads. And that's interesting. Thanks. Next. It's like the that's I like learning about this French food. And this T-Mobile thing. Okay, so Tite de Veau. Tite de Veau is a traditional French dish made of calf's head, in the past mostly a poor man's meal. This was favorite dish for former French President Jacques Chirac. He loved it so much that sometimes had it prepared for him. Also, when he traveled abroad, leading to some frowns from the foreigners. Tite de Veau is prepared by slowly cooking it in broth with vegetables. It's usually served with grib iche sauce and hard-boiled eggs and sometimes potatoes. It remains popular today, and you will find. Oh, okay. I was thinking of something. Now I'm back to the page. Hey, tete de veau in many traditional restaurants all over the country. Interesting fact: the traditional French dish even has its own day, January 21, to commemorate the beheading of King Louis XVI in 1793, although at the time the head of a pig was used instead of a calf. Tit d'Avieu. Okay. Thanks. Turning guns. That looks really good too. Tit view. All right. Pot fu. Pot fu is a traditional stew. It's slow cooked with lots of vegetables such as carrots, leeks, turnips, and meat, usually beef. Other types of meat can also be used. This dish can be served in two courses. First, the broth, and then vegetables with meat. It's traditionally served with bread. Pot au vin has many regional variations and popular all over France, especially on occasions when a large family gathers, but you will find many restaurants as well. And also, that looks pretty good. Ah, this looks good. All right, this will be the one more thing I'll read, and then I'll go to the toast thing he was talking about. I'm not going to read the whole thing. We'll do this one tomorrow. We'll do the different ones tomorrow at some point. All right, so escargots, and it's and they are one of the most stereotypical French dishes. If you asked most foreigners what constituted French cuisine, French snails would likely be near to the top of their list. And escargots, or snails, is very common starter dish in France. Okay, thanks. Turning guns. Escargot. Escargot are one of the most stereotypical French dishes. If you asked most foreigners what constituted French cuisine, French snails would likely be top of their list. Escargot, or snails, is a very common starter dish in France. They are usually served in garlic butter with parsley. Escargot, a barouille parcelle, and on a special serving platter with rounded intestines for each of the snail's shells. Escargot are typically served with French bread. Thanks, Turning Guns. You will find escargot and bistros and restaurants all over France. Usually, when serving, consists of 6 to 10 snails, so it can be good appetizer to share with your friends in case you are not sure if you'll like it enough to eat with the whole plate. It's delicious, by the way. Bear par sour. All right, thanks. Yeah, this is a classic one. I think my grandpa's eaten this before. And yeah, that's very good. And I definitely will go back and because I like studying the different languages and stuff, and I need to go and refresh my memory about French, definitely, and turning guns is a big help with this. And also because it's been a very, very, very long time since I've done that. I did not learn all of it. I learned parts of it. And now I'm going to go to this other thing he was talking about, this toast. And then that'll be it for the show tonight. So I'll go over the next ones tomorrow later in the stream. Around the time, it'll be like the after show. Like, this is like the after show. Because I just keep on going. Because we covered the topics a very long time ago. And then I just cover these other things as time goes on. The escargot bear par sale. Thanks, Turning Guns. And that's not what I meant to say, Google. Okay. So, toast, Melba. It's so cool to meet you, Turning Guns. That you cook this stuff. It's a blessing, really is. All of you are. And that's really cool. I meet this cool chef. Thanks, Turning Guns. And also, this looks really good. And also, we have that. Read a little bit about it on Wikipedia, and then we'll wrap it up. Melba toast. Melba toast is a dry, crisp, and thinly sliced rusk, often served with soup and salad or topped with either melted cheese or a pate. It is named after Dame Nellie Melba, the stage name of Australian opera singer Helen Porter Michelle. Its name is thought to date from 1897 when the singer was very ill and it became a staple of her diet, and the toast was created by her by a chef who was also a fan of her, Auguste Escoffer, who has also created the Peach Melba. Shout out to Peach. Desert for her. We have a friend on here that comes in a chat sometimes named Peach. The hotel proprietor Caesar Ritz supposedly named in a conversation with Escoffer. Melba toast is made by lightly toasting slices of bread under a grill in both sides. The resulting toast is thin slice laterally. These thin slices are then returned to the grill with untoasted sides towards the heat source, resulting in toast half normal thickness. Thus, it can be described as thrice baked food. Melba toast is also available commercially and was at one time given to infants were teething as hard as food substance with chew to chew. In France, it is referred to as I was looking at something else. Okay. Cortis and dentelli. Dentella. It's N dentella. Because I know one of my girlfriends her name was Gabriella. So dentella. That sounds like similar to that. August Sofie. Okay, thanks. In 1925, Mayo Brothers prescribed the Enlightened Day reducing diet to Ethel Barrymore. It included Melba toast, which made the toast very popular at the time. Alright. Scoffier. Thanks, Turning Guns. Alright. This is the toast. Amanda says her... Thanks, Turning Guns. Amanda says next her mom might be visiting to driving in an RV here from there to Georgia. Thanksgiving. We'll see. She wants her to go back with her, but with a new puppy. And next online says, "Oh, Amanda, did see mom and brother again. Bro got dad's Steins and happy he did. Oh, that would be great if she did. We'll pray on it." Yeah, I'll be praying on it too, Amanda. Yeah, this looks very good. Well, that's good, Turning Guns. That sounds cool. That sounds good. Yeah, that's awesome. He has fresh peach. And I'm learning a lot of new foods to eat. That's good. And also, as I said, I'm going to end the show. All right, I'm ending it now. And I'm just wrapping everything up. So, want everybody to know that this was an excellent show. We had a great crowd. A lot of people came and saw the stream. You know, excellent food and talking about the news and stuff. And I'll be switching over to the streams. Not the streams, the screens. Yeah, well, I could go to the Wikipedia thing and make it look like a white screen. Alright. Okay, now we'll do this thing so it can see me. Alright. Alright, well, this was a very awesome stream. Very cool. We had a nice chat. I enjoyed it. Oh yeah, exactly. Be in New Orleans. Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody, and see you all in the next one. And peace.